Prayer. Almighty God, who in infinite of progressive goodness have appointed us to the leaders and parliaments for the welfare of such a just common humanity, we beseech you to look upon with abundant favor these your servants, whom have been pleased call the performance of such a process in this land. Let your blessings set upon you assembled and granted the mayor's mere presence, fit and consider matter that shall come under their deliberation, is so just of manners brought to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to your church.
Communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I want to welcome you to today's sitting. I would like to welcome you back from Lalogi, Omoro district, where we laid our brother to rest. I most sincerely must thank all of you who managed to be there, who supported during the whole process. I want to thank you, all the members. You showed total unconditional love to the family. We may not get over the loss now. I know it will remain in our hearts, but we need to cope up with it and move with it. But wherever our brother, friend is, he knows that we loved him and we will continue with the love through the family. Let us continue praying for the family individually and also continue for the whole process of replacement, that we get a better person who can be able to work for us better, who can step on the shoes of Jacob. I know Mama Majigere is here. She will do the needful as per our request that we need. There's a person we need, and we leave that to you. Now, as we continue with the budget appropriation process, I draw to the attention of the remaining milestones, which is our role as Parliament. One, there is a presentation of reports, the sectoral committee reports on the ministerial policy statements, and this should be done by 20th April 2022. That is pursuant to Rule 149, subsection 1 of the Rules of Procedure. 2, we have consideration of those sectoral reports, the ministerial policy statements, and the budget estimates, which should be done before the end of April. That is the end of, by 30th April. That is pursuant to Rule 149, Sub-Rule 2 of the Rules of Procedure. And based on that, Right Honorable Prime Minister, next week, we shall be looking at the sectoral reports, the ministerial statements. And we'll have sittings in the morning and afternoon, because we need to finish those reports. We need to give each report ample time, debate in the House, and have the reports passed, so that we don't have a scenario of copy and paste. 3, approval of the national budget by 31st May. We should not go up to May. We should have the budget approved before that time. We should not work in a hurry at the last minute. Remember, we have State of Nation address on 7th June. And then we have the budget day, 14th June. So we should be able to finish the budget process before 30th May. That is pursuant to section 14, sub-rule 1. Subsection 1 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015. Then we have consideration of the bills, tax bills by 20th May. That is still pursuant to Rule 151, Sub-Rule 6 of Rules of Procedure. Then Committee of Supply by 20th of May. Committee of Supply, that is still pursuant to Rule 151 of the Rules of Procedure. And that should be done. And remember, we are saying consideration of the budget will be done by 30th May. And as I've said, we should be able to do it before that. Honorable related. Therefore, a delay on one stage affects the other stage. So, Prime Minister, we don't want any delay. We've already had a delay for 3 weeks because of the problem we had here. So we request that you help us avoid other delays so that we pass the budget very fast. All the chairpersons of sectoral committees should be able to present their reports from Tuesday. I'll give you a schedule of who should present on which date, at what time. I want to thank all of you so much for coming. And in a special way, thank the Prime Minister for being here today herself. Thank you. I don't take it for granted. Matters of national importance. Yes, procedure.
I want to thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, during the 7th Parliament, the Honorable Ben Watcher and another MP whose name I have forgotten complained, the former NRM Secretary General can remind me, they complained to this Parliament that there was an attempt to poison them in the canteen of Parliament. The procedural issue I am raising, the father of our former speaker, including a former minister, the Honorable Godfrey Chwana, who is also vice chairman of NRM, have said that the late speaker told them that he had been poisoned. Madam Speaker, this matter is a very serious matter. But the immediate procedure issue I am raising is whether you, Madam Speaker, and the administration of Parliament have avoid eating in the canteen. Do we avoid, what should we avoid? Because this matter is under investigation. So, but precautions need to be taken by the administration of Parliament now that this matter has been raised by, including very senior leaders in this country, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Semuju. First of all, the father has not said that Jacob told him that he was poisoned in Parliament. That has not been said. And what we are hearing from the father is just a mere hearsay. It's just that we can't now confirm from the late that, is this what you said? But all that said and done, the investigations are going on. Let the investigations go on. If it is true he was poisoned, it is also a fact that we have a medical report. So, as of now, let the investigation go on. Parliament is a very safe place. But poisoning cannot only come from Parliament. If you go live in a reckless way in your constituency, then don't blame the blame to Parliament.
I'm raising, because you see, the former coordinator of intelligence, General Sejusa, is also on record saying even when they are going for high command meetings, everybody goes with his chapati in his bag. On record, he said so. So I get frightened, Madam Speaker, and that's why I need the assurance from you, and maybe other colleagues need it.
Where does he go for meetings? Does he go for meetings in Parliament? Do the meetings take place in Parliament? Now, if the meetings don't take place in Parliament, then why would you say that Parliament is insecure? There is insecurity in Parliament in terms of poison. For us in Parliament, there is no poison. We are safe. And the father has not said he was poisoned in Parliament. No. Let the investigation take place, and we will get a feedback from the investigating officers. I don't want us to just conclude like people who have not really gone to school that it is. Yes, Lob.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'd like to join you in thanking the House for acting in solidarity when we lost our friend and former Speaker. And without delving into the sentiments of the Honorable Semeju, which of course are scary, but my concern is that whereas investigations are legit where such matters arise, I am concerned with the sheer shabbiness of the state in the way they're trying to cause an investigation. Ordinarily, an investigation of that nature is very sensitive. But the first thing the state does is to line up a list of people who would like to be assured by the Prime Minister where the state is in disarray and they have no capacity. Because one of the better traits of an investigator is to understand and study the nature, character, and demeanor of a candidate for investigation. So when we see statements in the media that an old man smarting from the loss of a son and a sick old man is lined up and it's all over the media, police is making, uncoordinated noise about it, we get concerned whether there's still a coherent state that can properly investigate, or they're just politicking. And actually, is the proper cover-up what they should have done covertly by lining up politicians for investigation, Right Honourable Speaker. This is very disturbing, and to assure that the state is incubating by trying to line up potentially huge, big time, persons to inquire from. We need to be assured by the Prime Minister whether you are in charge at the state or actually you are in disarray and seek help. Where do you really go and start disturbing an old man that needs to be cancelled, having lost a son at the old age of 93? And you're threatening him with arrest and what? Are you serious? Or you're just trying to cover up and therefore an investigation will not take place at all when it's supposed to be done?
One thing, leader of opposition, I'm not sure whether government would need help in investigation because there are institutions that are mandated to do investigation. So those institutions must do their work. And I am also not sure whether the government is in disarray. They have the capacity to investigate. Maybe what we need to find out from Prime Minister, whether what you're seeing on social media is exactly what is happening on the ground.
Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I want to thank you. The way we gave a decent send-off to our brother the members of parliament, and the Right Honorable Speaker, government is not in disarray. We have professionals who are doing this work, and I believe they will do a professional job. Let us give them time. Let us not politicize our brother's death. Right Honorable Speaker, I rest my case.
Right Honorable
Honorable members, I am not going to allow Olanya's death to be politicized. And I'm not allowing any more debate on issues of the late Right Honorable. We are still grieving. We are still grieving. So issues of investigations must go on. If it is true he was poisoned, let the culprits be got. Can we go to the next item?
Item 3.
No, matters of national importance. Jennifer, yes?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I raise on a procedural matter about 4 months ago. Police officer who was shot by the UPDF. Right Honorable Speaker, I went and I've come to this parliament about now 4 times, Right Honorable Speaker. The former government chief whip, now the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, informed us here in this house that the minister will come. The minister came, made a statement, but Right Honorable Speaker, as we talk today, the family has been looking for me. Nothing has been done to the gentleman. These people are completely stuck, and they look up to me as a person who was sent by you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, what the minister promised here has never been done. The man cannot work, he cannot walk, he cannot do anything, and they are completely stuck. Would it be procedural Right Honorable Speaker, if you direct the minister to take immediate action on this matter, because it has taken a very, very long time. And I didn't want to bring it in the previous period because we were in grief and we were mourning. So I would not bring that issue the other time, but it has dragged and dragged and dragged. Right Honorable Speaker, I seek your indulgence.
Prime Minister. Prime Minister, maybe just bring you on board. We had a gentleman who was shot, a PC, who was shot while on duty. He was a traffic police officer, and he was shot by the army officer. And since that time when he was shot, his children cannot go to school, he cannot work, security promised to support. And what the honorable member is saying, no support has been given to the officer. I think the man is about to go back to Kaliro. His leg was even cut.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. I am going to follow up this matter and I will report back. I am going to follow up this matter with the concerned ministries. Thank you so much.
Can we have a report on Tuesday to that effect, Prime Minister? Yes.
I would like to thank the Prime Minister for the commitment. May that report come together with a report of government shooting of November 2021 that has been pending for now more than a year. This is barely 4 months, and we appreciate. With the compensation come, that report come together with those victims' compensation. Right Honorable Speaker.
Was there a resolution made that there should be a compensation?
There was a commitment by government, and the government commitments are done variously. This was a presidential commitment.
Can you bring a substantial motion to that effect on those members?
Much appreciated, Right Honorable Speaker.
so that we know who are the members, how much, and then we look at how much should be compensated. We look at what happened and how the compensation should take place.
With your indulgence, Honorable Speaker, we should not block the Prime Minister from providing that report if she has it, like in earnest, if it is there. We can actually forestall the motion and instead debate that presentation.
Prime Minister, do you have the report? Or does the Internal Affairs have it?
Let Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I will follow up the matter together with the other one.
Let's have the report on Tuesday. That will come. Are you Jennifer Musherure?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on a matter of national importance, urgent national importance regarding the outbreak of the African armyworm, Spodotera exempta, in the different parts of the country. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Agriculture informed this country a few days ago that the country had been invaded by the African armyworm. This worm is known to feed on more than 80% plant species, including maize, millet, sorghum, rice, as well as legumes, cotton and grass varieties like Rhodes, Lucerne, Kikuyu grass, and others that are used as feeds for cattle. According to the Ministry of Agriculture, this pest has affected largely maize plantations in many parts of the country, including Sembabule district. Maize, which is the most important cereal crop in Uganda, provides over 40% of the calories consumed in both rural and urban areas. There are indicative pointers from the entomologists to the effect that this armyworm spread is linked to climate change. By 8th April 2022, this deadly pest had been reported in 14 districts, which included Luero, Wakiso, Mukono, Katakwi, Bukedia, Mitiana, Bujiri, Serere, Bugweri, Kumi, Namutumba, Chiriandongo, Busia, Sembabule, and Nakaseke districts. My prayer, Right Honorable
Information,
Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Information.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honorable colleague for raising a very, very important matter of national importance. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Agriculture has highlighted those 14 districts, but I don't know whether their research has not informed them that many other places, including Tororo, sub-counties of Carlisle, sub-counties of Kayoro, the whole of Tororo has equally been affected by this armyworm. So it is incumbent upon that, Madam Speaker, that we put up our request that let the ministry move very fast. Otherwise, we should start preparing relief food to support our people in this very bad time.
Honorable Fox.
Thank you very much.
Information. Fox has the same issue.
Yeah.
Wilson has the same.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank the Honorable Sherire for raising this very important issue. 2 points. The first one, the scope of damage is certainly not known to government, and that should be addressed immediately. Number 2, the remedial measures to be taken. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Ministry of Agriculture and the government immediately activates the district disaster committees with the purpose of investigating the damage and coming up with a work plan, costed work plan for purposes of addressing potential disaster that we are about to witness. I thank you.
Solo, I'm coming to you, Wilson. It is on the same related issue.
All right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. The issue in Bukoma Simbi is worse. People are in great fear. They think those armyworms might also eat them. Our people, especially the farmers, are into a panic mode. They are in worry, others had got loans, or their harvest, or their crops are being eaten by this armyworm. Now, our prayers, Madam Speaker, representing all the people that have been affected, the Ministry of Agriculture should react immediately, should get pesticides, if possible, tomorrow. People get hope amidst of the low prices of the coffee and maize.
Wilson.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank my colleague, Honorable Mushere, for raising this matter. I want to register my district of Chiruhura that it is also affected, especially the sub-county, Nyabushozi County, the sub-counties of Chikasi, Rwenshande, Akayanja. I want also to say that the spread of this worm is unprecedented. Apart from eating everything green, shrubs, grass, they also I wanted to give is that this afternoon in my district, there has been a demonstration on trying to spray against them. The pesticides that they were given have instructions that for 5 to 7 days, living animals should be evacuated. Now, so what are we going to do? Like my constituency that predominantly depends on cattle keeping. And having heard from my colleagues, Right Honorable Speaker, isn't this a national epidemic? Don't we deserve a response similar to the response we got when we were attacked by COVID and locusts from the eastern part of Kenya?
Charles,
I beg to submit.
Thank you, Charles. Then, Shatis, you come with your prayer.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
On the same?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I need to appreciate my colleagues for raising this crucial matter. In my constituency, almost all the 4 sub-counties are affected. And these caterpillars come in big numbers. At times, even they invade and enter into houses, which is a bigger threat. And I've already alerted the ministry, I've written it to them. I've also got a report from the Disaster Preparedness Committee from the district, including the cow, who have already informed the ministry, but we are only looking forward to see their immediate action towards the phenomenon. We beg that today it's very pandemic from our people. I beg to submit.
I think really all of us will end up submitting on the same, because even in my district, it is there. The Prime Minister may need to go and assess the scope of damage throughout the whole country and report back, and then also assess, see the remedial measures that can be taken immediate, middle, and then long term. See what we can do to ensure that we act on this. Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, yesterday we got a report in Cabinet about the same from the Ministry of Agriculture. Even now as I talk, the Minister is in Serere. The issue of the African armyworm, the name is African armyworm, is a big issue. And as Cabinet, we came up with some resolutions. One of them is that the ministry should urgently provide pesticides. Look at things as if many more districts are getting this problem. And therefore, I request that you give me tomorrow, on Wednesday, I will come up together with the Minister of Agriculture with a concrete report that will give you the way forward. Madam Speaker,
Thank you.
I thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Procedure, Madam Chair.
What is the procedure, madam?
I rose on procedure. Honorable. Let me finalize the response.
First give the lady. Please.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I rise on a procedural matter. Honorable Sasti was up and she was raising a very point of national importance. And someone rose up and was giving a point of information. And after that, other people came in before she finished. I thought that members would wait for her to finish, then come up with other submissions. I thank you.
You see, Shatis, your issue is a national issue. Your matter is a national issue. And prayers were made by everybody. And that's why I made a ruling that they should come up with a what? A scope, because you're giving us 12 districts, but everybody is talking about his district, his or her district, and then we need an action plan. And I think that's what you want.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
So, Madam, I don't think there was any procedural matter. The issue was overtaken by events because it's a national matter.
With your indulgence, I listened to the Prime Minister, and I felt if I am a farmer out there observing proceedings of the House, and the most senior government official rises and says that for the invasion that has occasioned was visited on the country over the last 1 month, she will bring a report next week on Wednesday. Thursday.
Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, whether 24,
you know, she had
12
done
hours.
She had done a lost count of days.
Oh, yeah.
She said a day after tomorrow. Me, I understood it as Thursday.
Well appreciated, Right, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
The report can detail areas affected. I wanted to hear from the Prime Minister because these worms eat acres every day. And what we wanted from the Prime Minister, this having been discussed at cabinet level, because what an invasion of last week. What has so far been done as wait for reports? Because the farmers are in distress. They are losing acreage of maize and coffee. And a report cannot be a remedy, Right Honorable Speaker. Can we be advised in the interim what has been done? We all know what happened to the locusts and how money took flight as people were making reports. Now this is about livelihood and lives. Can we know in the interim what is taking place before the reports come, whatever they are? Because the experts know what to do.
You see, you heard what Honorable Wilson was saying, that they're already spraying. And the concern of the people in the area is the medicine, the pesticide which is being used for spraying is dangerous. So I think the immediate thing that is being done is spraying of those armyworm. And of course, it also needs to answer what Honorable Kajweng was raising. Can we hear from the Prime Minister?
Honorable Speaker, in a minute before she comes, maybe the response of the honorable member saying that the constituents are complaining is different
There's
from
actually a demonstration.
from Bukoma and Simbi. So why they are not spraying in the Bukoma and Simbi and other places? Are they pretesting? What were the criteria used in starting from his constituency and not another? Is it lack of provision? May we know?
Information, Honorable.
Yes, information.
Information, Honorable Loeb. Loeb, today morning, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Today morning, I've received information from Nakasket District. We are given pesticide, but we received only 200 liters. That means the ministry is doing something. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before the minister comes, let me hear from Dan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I request for one thing, Right Honorable Speaker, in regard to this issue. I remember we were in one of the committees where we interfaced with the Uganda Agrochemicals Board, Agriculture Chemical Board, and they revealed us for testing agrochemical is not working, that it is dilapidated and has not to be able to test those chemicals that are supposed to help in fighting some of these issues we are discussing. I would want to beg Right Honorable Speaker that in the report that the Prime Minister is bringing, updates this House on the status of that board in regard to the lab that is supposed, and I think I had Honorable Dr. Bwanika during the merger committee. We met that board and they told us that the lab is down and not working. Now I'm wondering whether we are competent enough as a country to determine the good acaricides, the good chemicals that we can use in eliminating what we are discussing here, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish the Prime Minister updates this House on the status of the lab that is supposed to check the chemicals that we use in our agricultural processes. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Prime Minister is going to bring that report and also give us a report whether the chemical being used now is not dangerous to human lives.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the country has got functional laboratories. We only need to equip them with the current equipment, and that order has been put. And therefore, I believe, and I will implore the minister when he's coming here to come with all that. I wanted to inform my brother, by the time we had a report from the Minister of Agriculture yesterday, the districts that were reported as having been affected were 17. Now, as I was seated there, the minister, I think he is a bit watching. He says now they have a report from 47 districts. So the problem is growing bigger and bigger. And therefore, I request that all of us, including you members of parliament, we need to come up and join the ministry so that we can fight this problem. Thank you so much.
And I think members, we really don't need to politicize. This is a very serious matter. Let's not politicize this thing and say maybe because Solo is saying Bukoma and Cindy has not got, Kirihora has got. If it is giving the chemical, let's give it throughout the 47 districts that are affected now to make sure that we correct this problem. Yes.
Speaker, we are not here to win, but solve problems. The honorable member, Honorable Chimoshe Doctor, has just stated of a particular laboratory. I'm not naming him myself. If he doesn't want, I can withdraw. So, Minister, if a member is telling you of information he got from the committee, why don't you pick interest other than telling us here that all laboratories are functioning I can tell you many that are not functioning, but you not get time to go there. But pick interest from the honorable member's statement and find out, other than telling us, we are not doing politics here. We are giving facts that can give you a better remedy and good service as a prime minister.
Honorable Bed, give us a report which lab you said was not functioning. You will give it to us later so that we can make a follow-up on that. Because we need these labs. Yes? Yes?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you for your indulgence on securing the food security of our people. And while we were having a discussion about their food security, my mind was drawn by when one honorable member raised a matter of national importance, and you were the presiding officer, regarding the actual lives of people in the northeastern part of the country, in Karamoja and Teso sub-regions. Madam Speaker, you directed that the Committee of Defense should take up the matter, and it's been more than 3 weeks since. And now, as we are speaking about food security, I'm also concerned about the lives of people, which are every passing day going to waste. Madam Speaker, I seek your indulgence if we are proceeding rightly, because we don't know how far the committee has gone. People are dying every day. Please, I will seek your indulgence as our presiding officer on that issue. Thank you.
I had never known Anne as a smuggling person. And there is a motion tomorrow. There is a motion tomorrow to that effect on issues of Karamoja, Teso, Langwa, Choli, Sebei, Bugisu. There is a motion to that effect tomorrow. So you should be here. Thank you. Members, Mugema, Tinka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable colleague, thank you for the vote you gave us as Team Anita. We are very grateful. We don't take it for granted. My matter of national importance, Madam Speaker. I have only. My matter of national importance, Madam Speaker. As the country was mourning last week about the demise of our Speaker, the municipal authorities, under the leadership of the Senior Assistant Secretary by the names of Kato Hussein, descended on the green belt in Uganda and started constructing on it different houses. They gave out the green belt to the so-called rich men in the municipality, and as we talk now, they got a letter from the Physical Planners Board telling them to stop all the developments on it, but they usurped their powers and they are now going on to construct it. I raised this matter, section 34, subsection 6, which states that an accounting officer shall not pledge or otherwise encumber the land of any or any of asset of a vote without the permission of Parliament. Madam Speaker, if we leave this impunity to go on, we are most likely not to have any green belt in Uganda.
Information, Madam Speaker.
You can take it on.
Madam Speaker, this is my first time to address you as the Speaker of the 11th Parliament. Congratulations. Madam Speaker, my colleague, Honorable Mugema Peter Panado in quotes, has just submitted about the green belt in Uganda that is being destroyed. This is a trend in almost all municipalities. Moreover, we are in an era of Uganda creating cities. I believe that we need, as Parliament, to take an action on his matter to set presidency that green belts were set in cities and urban areas for people to relax and people to rest during their time of leisure. I therefore bring a warning that even in the new cities, some green belts are being taken as I talk now. And therefore, as Parliament, Madam Speaker, we should really listen to Honorable Mugema and work on his matter to set precedents of this country, because if we don't do so, City Square will disappear one day. Thank you, Madam.
Yes, Panado, what are your prayers?
Madam Speaker, my prayers are you direct that all the ongoing development be halted until the National Physical Planning Board comes out with its own conclusions, because it was supposed to go there on the ground and find out. Secondly, you can even direct the Physical Infrastructure Committee to go there and ascertain what is there, and then they make a statement. I pray, Madam Speaker.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Mugema. Honorable colleagues, the fact is, it's not only the green belts. All public land is in danger. And therefore, Cabinet set up a Cabinet committee, which I'm chairing, Minister for Lands, the Attorney General, the Minister for Local Government. We have set up a technical committee to come up with some guidelines that will help us to tackle this issue. It's not a small issue. And the government is concerned. And therefore, I want to give my colleagues hope that we shall handle this issue squarely.
Thank you. On that note, therefore, since there is a committee that is in place that is following up on this issue, the illegal construction that is taking place in Uganda must stop. Must stop immediately until the committee comes up with a report. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I also want to say congratulations. I did not have the opportunity to congratulate you upon winning that powerful seat in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, when we were mourning our befallen Speaker, the late Honorable Olanya, in my constituency, as rains were raining.
Honorable Prime Minister, the constituency.
The rains again. This time to a number of sub-counties. One was the Buhumuliro sub-county, where they destroyed 57 acres of matoke, 15 acres of cassava, 20 acres of beans, 38 acres of maize, 5 churches, and 2 schools. Also in Rugashali sub-county is a neighborhood.
Information.
Hold on, because
members, you don't switch on a microphone and ask
hold
for
on.
information. That's one. To allow a member to present his issue. Information.
Right Honorable, they will benefit largely on the induction, which has not been done. Right Honorable Speaker, in Rugashali sub-county, it destroyed 41 acres of matoke, 23 acres of cassava, 43 acres of maize, 7 acres of vanilla, 12 acres of cocoa, 2 schools, and 4 churches. In Mpefu sub-county, it destroyed 89 acres of matoke, 27 acres of cassava, 17 acres of beans, 31 acres of maize, 1 school, and 3 churches. Right Honorable Speaker, you realize this is a big damage quantified in terms of money. We are now looking towards 100 billion. In a local place, this is too much damage. We are praying that whereas we can recover, we are praying to the office of the Prime Minister, particularly Minister for Relief and Disaster Preparedness, to provide us with some food to feed our people who have lost these huge loads of food, to provide us with some planting materials, to provide us with roofing materials for these churches and schools. We can raise up the structures again. And also, sometimes they give hose. We could benefit by giving us those hoses to provide means of cultivating. The last issue, as I told you, Right Honorable Speaker, again in my constituency, we were attacked by wild animals, lions. One lion came and killed around 4 goats and 3 sheep, and injured a number of people. So the villagers organized to kill it. And when they managed to succumb to its prey and killed it, of course they did justice. But Right Honorable Speaker, another point, the issue that I am interested in raising, another lion returned following. I understand one lion does not move alone. They move in a pride. And also when they are moving, they are followed by hyenas, leopards. So we are so worried in this place. And we are asking the government to give us an answer how we are going to live in this place when our hearts are raised up, pumping every night, whereas we are finding some cheap meat, but we are not interested in living in an uncertainty. It can get you when you are not able to kill it, it will kill you. And we are not interested in any of our people dying. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Prime Minister, at least one person fought the lion.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister for Wildlife, for Tourism, Wildlife is here. I'll talk about the disaster that befell our people in Kagadi. Right Honorable Speaker, remember I was a member of Parliament representing that area. I want to request my brother Barnabas through the cow to give us those details. Report from the disaster committee of the district.
Clarification, Madam Speaker.
You are
clarification to the Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Agnes, you don't switch on it.
Madam Speaker, a similar disaster happened.
Agnes, can we first let him respond to what the Prime Minister is saying? Members, whoever has a disaster,
Right Honorable Speaker.
Just a minute. Whoever has a disaster issue should put it down in writing, a report from the disaster committee of the district, and kindly take it to the Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I would like to clarify on that.
Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much for your ruling. Right Honorable Speaker, I pray that since we are people's representatives who have ably brought up this matter to the House, and even in many instances we have been asked to reduce the same in writing, which I have actually done to the minister. They act, because we are not going to start saying we have a ministry for disaster preparedness. Last month, I raised a matter here, similar,
the that the government was going to handle. Up to today, there is nobody from the Ministry for Preparedness that has gone there. My people are saying, is this a Ministry for Preparedness or something?
Prime Minister, what the members are saying, even when they write.
Maybe I read this letter which I have written to the minister on the table to confirm that actually these people will even write to them.
No, you'll take the letter to her office.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to.
Can we hear from Agnes also, then you respond at once?
I beg that you give me chance to also give clarification. In 2017, a similar disaster happened in Butembo. The district provided a report. There was no response. In 2019, a similar disaster happened. The district provided a report. There was no response. Recently, another disaster. On all those disasters,
what do you call recently?
I asked the letters. Early this year, another disaster happened. A storm ravaged the whole parish, one school, a whole block. The roof was blown off. The district provided a report. My colleague, the county MP, handed over that report, and I have been to the OPM following up on this issue. The staff of the Prime Minister, the officer in charge of finance and administration, assured me that this school would receive iron sheets. It has been now a month, the school has been waiting for the iron sheets. Nothing has happened. But the other issue I want to pertinently raise, many of us, we have issues of national or issues of disaster or concern that happen in our districts. But we write directly to these line ministers. But these ministers have no courtesy to reply. When I joined public service, I'm a retired public service, it was a rule that when I write to you, you write back to me, whether negative or positive. Right, Honorable Speaker, I implore you to ask government to respect members' parliament's letters. They should write back to members' letters. When I write to you, you have to write to me. So for purposes of accountability, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank the colleague for giving way. On the same issue of disasters, in my constituents, 2 weeks ago, we experienced Trongo storm in Gayaza Trading Center, where the Seventh-day Adventist Church was blown down. One of the schools was also blown down. A number of buildings and the crops were put down. I wrote a report to the disaster preparedness of a minister and also copied to the Prime Minister and understand it to your office too. Right now, our people in total coma stranded. They don't bear any answer whether the government will respond to them or not. We beg that this issue, as you send us to write, the ministers in particular, it was last week, on Wednesday last week. Right, Honorable Minister?
One, I did not get your copy. Don't put me in that circus that I don't respond. I didn't get your copy. You wrote the disaster, Minister of Disaster. And maybe, members, if you feel comfortable, when you're sending a letter on issues of disaster, give my office a copy so that I can make a follow-up. And Honorable Prime Minister, kindly let all the members who have disaster issues write, give you a copy, and we need a response to that effect.
Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. In the last season, when we got similar problems, we tried as Prime Minister's office to handle. The storm has again come. I think it will be coming every after a season of rain. Although I am going to inform my ministers to be responding to your letters. I promise.
I was still coming. And actually, we don't want a response in writing. We need action.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I was going to tell you that, but members are, I know they are constrained by their constituents and the issues. We received some funding last week, and we are going to respond to members' needs. I promise.
Thank you, Honorable Abedi. Honorable Abedi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a matter of national importance. But before that, allow me to relay information to the honorable colleagues. The pesticide that works against the armyworms is called cypermethrin. Cypermethrin. 100 mils in 20 liters, cypermethrin. Thank you. Right, Honorable.
Dr. Bedi is talking with authority. He's a vet doctor.
Yes.
He's a doctor for animals.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm in possession of a copy of deed of amendment and reinstatement between the government of the Republic of Uganda, represented by the Minister of Finance, and a company called Uganda Vinci Coffee Company Limited. Right Honorable Speaker, this document has provisions that seek to alienate the people of Uganda that are involved in coffee trade, coffee production, out of business. This document has provision that seek to give monopoly of purchase and export of coffee from Uganda to one company called Uganda Vinci Coffee Company. This document has provisions which are going to exempt that said company from paying all taxes in this country, including income tax, pay as you earn, exercise duty, and National Social Security Fund. This seek to subsidize this company, giving them a special tariff in terms of electricity. This document has provisions that are going to provide for this company money that are going to build the infrastructure for this company, for water, for roads, yet this company is going to pay zero tax to the people of Uganda. Right, Honorable Speaker, the provisions of this document, they violate the laws of the Republic of Uganda. The Constitution of the Republic of Uganda is contravened. The law of coffee, the Coffee Act, the laws and the policies in regard to liberalization are all violated by the provisions of this document. Right, Honorable Speaker, the provisions of this document, they seek to render the people of Uganda who survive from coffee production and trade out of the economy, out of business, and they are going to be rendered slaves in their own country.
Dr. Bay, did you say they have exclusive monopoly of purchase of
Yes.
coffee?
This document, Right Honorable Speaker, gives them power that nobody will approach unless this company gets the quota that they want. That gives them power.
Who determines the price?
The law says the provision of the Coffee Act, Section 52, says that the Coffee Authority should be the one to come up with auction avenues where our coffee should be traded. But this law, this agreement gives power to this company that they can, when you determine when to buy, how much to buy, you also determine the price.
Did you also say that it has a tax?
Yes, it exempts this company from all taxes for 10 years, all taxes for 10 years.
Members.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor, for giving way. Thank you, Doctor, for giving way. Right Honorable Speaker, the information I want to give, Doctor, is that in regard to that specific arrangement, at least the information available, unless the government comforts us, is that the same person benefiting from that arrangement and there is no result, Right Honorable Speaker, on ground. It has been very difficult, Right Honorable Speaker, for even this parliament to supervise works going on at Lubowa. We have been crying of medical tourism, Right Honorable Speaker. I was shocked, Right Honorable Speaker, when I saw the Minister of Finance handing over the same kind of arrangement and entering in that same agreement with the same person, Right Honorable Speaker, that we are failing to supervise after guaranteeing her with a lot of money that has not been put to use. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Additional information?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Semwanga Javir. I represent Buyamba County, Naraka District. I want to thank the Honorable Abedi Bwanika for the information he has given to us. But the issue of tax exemption is not only in the coffee, like you have said. Right now, members, you are aware that we are finalizing the budget process. And we passed here the budget framework paper estimating to spend about 45 trillion. URA, Uganda Revenue Authority, is projecting to collect 25 trillion, meaning we have a deficit of 20 trillion. Right, Honorable Speaker, what does that mean? How are we going to send services to the ground? Our revenue to GDP ratio is reducing every day to 12 point something. The debt to GDP ratio is going up, Right, Honorable Speaker. We still have companies that are exempted from paying taxes, Right, Honorable Speaker. Why are we taking this country? Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to pray that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development clearly inform this House with the timelines, the costs and benefits of each of these exemptions on our economy. Two, the House needs to know the amount of revenue foregone, Right, Honorable Speaker, on these exemptions and their positive impact on this economy. Thank you very much, Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Information given.
Can I have your prayers?
Right, Honorable Speaker, this document is a concessional agreement which cannot go. Nobody can commit to Uganda without the Parliament of Uganda. My prayer, therefore, is my prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is that this issue should be referred to an appropriate committee, thoroughly investigated in the interests of the people of Uganda. We are representatives of people.
Permission.
Members, we are spending a lot of time. We have a very important matter coming on Sky.
Madam
Honorable members, listen. Can you listen? On the issue of that agreement, honorable members, talking when you are the one signing agreements. Honorable members, on the issue of the agreement, I want Committee of Trade. I want a Committee of Trade to go and make analysis, study that agreement very well. We cannot. Committee will get that agreement from finance, and you will also go and present it. Committee of Trade should go and look at that agreement. On the issue of tax exemption, there are so many people who are going through tax exemption. We want to understand the cost-benefit analysis that we are getting. We want to understand who are these persons who are being given the tax exemption. Who are these institutions? And what is the criteria of giving? Because if it is giving, let's give to everybody. Committee of Finance must get a list of those people and institutions and companies that have tax exemption and report back to this House. Next item.
Item 3, statement by Minister on the skyrocketing prices of essential commodities and attendant actions taken to ameliorate the situation.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I would like also to take this opportunity to congratulate you, Right Honorable Speaker, since it is my first time to speak also when you're in that seat. Right Speaker, I'm happy to be here again to talk about this issue of escalating.
Honorable Minister, just a minute. The Committee of Trade, when you're looking at this issue, start from the agreement of the one before 2015. There was an addendum that was made. Doctor, can you lay this on table?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Certainly, I have no attempt to overrule the Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the document in the possession of Dr. Bedi Wanika is a deed of amendment, implying that there's an illegal document, which this particular deed is amending. And there's no denial from the Ministry of Finance that indeed this arrangement does exist. The intelligence, the best people to actually be asked to surrender whatever in their possession are the ministers of finance.
We shall compare what is being laid with what will be brought by finance.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
And we'll get all the other agreements before the addendum.
Thank you for your guidance, Right Honorable Speaker. In the same breath, Right Honorable Speaker, the Attorney General too should be asked, not just finance, to appear before this committee to explain circumstances under this, how this kind of arrangement.
That is now what the committee will decide.
Thank you for your indulgence.
Who to work with, who to question. You lay on table.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay a copy of the deed of amendment and reinstatement between the government of the Republic of Uganda, represented by Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and Uganda Vis Coffee Company Limited. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Minister of Trade, Tourism.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker and members, opportunity to share with you on the escalating commodity prices and measures to manage the situation. Right, Speaker, on March 15, 2022, the minister, my senior minister, had read a brief statement on this subject and requested to be allowed up to 23rd March 2022 to deliver a comprehensive statement. And Right Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, the events that followed would not allow the House to proceed in good session. Right Honorable Speaker and members, you will recall that since the beginning of 2020, the world has experienced several unprecedented events, starting with the COVID-19 pandemic and the attainment containment measures, and now the Russian-Ukraine war. Within a period of these events globally, there is also an increase in commodity and services, such as the shipping costs, prices, which have gone high.
Honorable members, listen to the report.
And Uganda has not been an exception to these events. Indeed, we are currently experiencing some price increases for some products, especially those whose value chain are intertwined with international value chains. Today, I'm here to address the House on this topical subject, including the measures that the government is putting in place to address the concerns. On the rising commodity prices, Madam Speaker, both domestic and international perspective, when we were here on the subject, we informed you and the government that, and the House, that the government had put in place an interministerial committee to study the matter and advise accordingly. Madam Speaker, accordingly, in the course of the technical analysis, the following has been established. Right, Speaker and the honorable colleagues, number one, cooking oil has registered the highest increment in price, rising by 21% between December 2021 and February 2022, and by also 77.6% over the past 1 year. This is UBOS. Secondly, the laundry bar soap registered a price increment of 20% between December 2021 and February 2020, and this is by 47.8% over the past 1 year. This also was from UBOS. Now, fuel prices have risen by 15.3% over the past 3 months, and this has gone by 34% over the past 1 year, the same source. Now, lastly, the rise in prices in Uganda is much lower compared with the current global trends, including in advanced economies and even our neighbors. For example, in the US, inflation rose to 7.9% in February 2020, in the UK to 5.5%, Brazil has gone to 11%, India has gone to 6.1%, Ethiopia has gone to 33.6%, our neighbor Kenya here has gone to 5.4%, and Rwanda, Madam Speaker. Now, for Uganda, the consumer price index increased by 2.7% in January 2022, now to 3.2% in February, well within the target of 5%. Right, Honorable Speaker and members, they are drivers of the commodity prices which we found out. And one of the drivers, Madam Speaker, was the increased fuel prices starting mid-January 2020. The other one, Right Honorable Speaker and my honorable colleagues, it is the increased demand for palm oil driven by the growing importation of China and India, who are the two largest buyers of crude oil. Now, the Russia-Ukraine crisis, which has created a shortage in supply of inputs, more especially raw materials of some of the goods that are produced. Right, Honorable Speaker, speculation is also among the big to their products to create shortage because they are waiting for the prices to go up and they do the needful. Right, Speaker, there is % import duty. Crude oil, crude palm oil, a raw material for cooking oil and soap, which was last financial year, which increased the factory prices by 6% for palm oil and 38% for soap in the country. Madam Speaker, Indonesia has imposed export limit for palm oil products of 20% for domestic material markets, leaving 80%, Madam Speaker, only for export markets. And this is where we are getting the raw material. Malaysia, Malaysian crude palm oil production is also very low. And it went low because of the shortage of labor arising out of the COVID-19 effects, because they could not recruit people to work in their gardens. Right, Speaker, on the ongoing government initiatives to address these matters. With this thorough diagnosis, we are confident that we will have the right prescription to immediately stem the situation as government. We note that the increases that have been registered, not in many commodities, because there are a few commodities, not in every commodity, and this will give us confidence that even for those where prices have started to rise, we will be able to drive them down again. Now for fuel prices, under the Petroleum Supply Act 2003, the minister responsible for energy can intervene in case of unfair prices. But Madam Speaker, when compared to our neighbors in Kenya, a liter of fuel has gone up to 6,800. And our neighbors in Tanzania, they have gone to 6,000. And we are at 5,800. So there is a struggle.
Honorable Harris, the cost of living in the other country vis-a-vis the cost of living here. Stop comparing.
Madam Speaker, as guided Madam Speaker and the honorable colleagues, have taken the advice. The government has put in place measures.
Honorable Sereko, Honorable Sereko.
Can I be protected?
You're in the house, you're not in, you're in the house. Yes.
Thank you for bringing order. The government is not seated, Madam Speaker, of oil, because initially
I have never seen a government standing either. I've never seen a government standing. So this time when you say it is not seated, I don't understand.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, the government is putting in a lot of effort to expand the production of palm oil with the support of BIDICO and other companies to areas of Vuvuma, expansion of Kalangala, Bundibujo, the Greater Masaka, and other areas where we shall find land. Madam Speaker, with this effort, crude oil will not be exported again, imported again, we shall locally produce it.
Honorable.
Thank you so much, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity.
As you realize, this issue has been on the floor for a long time. And as leaders, as members of parliament, we are the ones responsible to explain to our constituents why the prices are high. You and me may not appreciate that the prices are high because of what we earn. But a person locked down there in the village in Bukedea is feeling it so much. So it is our responsibility for us to know and explain and get a solution to that. And the solution that we should get, since you said the government is not sitting, the solution that we should have should be an immediate solution, middle-term solution, and then the long-term solution. The long-term solution you're telling us is about the palm what? The palm production. That is the long-term. What is the immediate solution that we have? What is the middle-term solution that we have? I know we are in a liberalized economy where forces of demand and supply determine the prices, including soap and that kind of thing. But if we had a consumer protection law, our people will not be exploited. When you say that the Minister of Energy is supposed to take an action, we were in this house, we agreed, give warning letters, close some petrol stations. Nothing has happened. Our people are being exploited. Nathan?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To me, the appointing authority called these colleagues of ours fishermen. You are not fishermen. You are brilliant people, but you don't have a touch of reality. You can't talk of Tanzania. Most of these countries have reduced on the taxes of fuel so that they could prices remain within. What you want us to tell us, be honest with ourselves. You know, as the speaker put it, we want to know what my old mom can get to know. The Minister of Finance is here. Instead of looking at the whole economy, we are not after doing so many things. At the go, yes, but you are the person behind giving Italian woman everything to this country. No, you are selling our country. I am addressing the speaker and I'm saying, let's be genuine. Let's have a touch of telling this country that we can cut short on the expenditure, but have something. We are relying on fuel, of course. That is the cash cow quickly, even passports. But little resources. And the tax base is very small. But we would rather set priorities among priorities. Because like soap, Mukwano does not pay tax, but you have allowed him to sell the way he wants. It's because, yes, he doesn't pay tax. He brings raw materials, they are not taxed. It was this parliament that gave him that opportunity. When Honorable Musumba raised it, he was almost like being crucified. That is true that we better sit, members of a cabinet, sit and see what you can do for our people. Some of us were here before during a minister's time. There was no sort. I buy fuel from Tanzania, that's why we are nearby. It is much lower. Let's have our country at heart. Stop information. Yes, Honorable Kangwaji.
Thank you. Yes, it was obvious.
The Tanzanians are speaking. Honorable members. The Tanzanians speak. We have our East African members of parliament up there. I wish they had a chance to speak. They would also speak and tell you, but just raise up, Honorable Akoli Rose, Honorable James Kakoza, Honorable Odongo, Namara, Mary, and Musamal. You're most welcome and thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Just to remind you, we are going to have elections for Yala in September.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to take this opportunity. I thank my brother, Honorable Nassan, for giving me way. Right Honorable Speaker, indeed, we are at the border of Uganda and Tanzania. And when you talk about Tanzania, some of us, we can be in position to explain how things are running the other side. Right Honorable Speaker, yes, we do accept Russia hit Ukraine. And that's the reason as to why we are suffering and we are experiencing all these challenges we are facing. But Right Honorable Speaker, much as the prices of some commodities are going up, but remember, there are those people who have been earning from after selling milk, selling banana, selling what, but those prices are not going up. And these are the people whom you expect to go in the shop and they buy at least soap or sugar or what, whose prices have been, they have gone up. How do you expect these people now to live with those people who can't be in a position to buy at least a kilo of sugar? Right Honorable Speaker, in Tanzania, when the Honorable Minister talked about the price of fuel, it is much lower. Let me tell you the truth. And there is a need for us as leaders to get the reasons as to why Uganda, once things are going on, rather going up, we don't have where we base to get those prices. The reason as to why they should go up. We need to know where do you base, which is the criteria. We need to know
information.
We need to know the criteria you use to get those prices so that we can go on ground and we explain to our people.
Honorable members, can I direct this debate?
Border information.
Can I direct this debate? Let's not go on lamentations. let's look at what is the way forward. How do we help our government?
Way forward.
How do we help? We know the prices are high. What is the way forward?
Like our neighbors. Way forward.
I think, let me cut my debate short. This is the right time, since we are doing in the budgeting. I know as a country, we have a long wishful list of things to be done. Let's sit soberly and see what we can set to be done for this financial year and ensure that whatever we are doing, we are aiming at the essential commodities of our poor people. I thank you.
Thank you, Right
Thank
Honorable
you.
Speaker.
We need to set priorities
Thank
and
you.
see what we can do in a short run for us to be able to reduce the prices. We have short run, medium and long term. So we need to look at all of that. Yes, Mehdi?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Right Honorable Speaker, we should all agree to disagree that prices all over the world have increased. And I'm glad that you've guided the House in that manner. It's factual. We cannot run away from the fact. However, you've posed the most important question, that what is essential to our people? Soap, salt, sugar, kerosene, paraffin. We can look at what is essential as an August House and sit here and hammer out something, because the solution, what tools do we have at our exposure? Taxation. Now, after realizing that the inflation in the UK and other countries is driven by the increase in the cost of gas and fuel, they directly went for that. Now, what tools do we have at our exposure? The minister has pointed out the tax increment on the basic raw materials on palm oil as regards soap, and the fat that is used in the manufacturing process of soap. As an August House, what solutions do we have? Do we remove the taxes on that so that we reduce the cost of manufacturing of soap without necessarily injuring the growth of our local players here? In the short run, do we think there are those that can provide us soap at a lower price? What do you do as a Ministry of Trade or Finance? You open up. You suspend the tax and waive it. Then you open up importation to fill in the quota if there is scarcity, so that we can close the gap. We know there is high demand, but there is less supply, pushing the prices up. You said we are in a free market economy. So let us open up to encourage more. That is another tool. The same will happen to salt. The same to fuel. If we've been taking about 400 shillings in the short term, which gets us back to about 4,000 shillings at the moment, which would be okay, 4,300, 4,500 would be sustainable. But that doesn't mean that we can predict the future. With fuel, every closure of the day cannot be predictable because the barrel is volatile. For as long as the war between Russia and Ukraine is still ensuing, no one in the world will tell you the fuel price tomorrow. But what can you do as a government? The tool you're left with is about the taxes. If you reduce by a few pennies, probably you'll be saving for your own people and probably cutting the cost that will come with fuel inflation on basic commodities. Finally, Madam Speaker, if we can talk about food, the produce, like beans, they have skyrocketed, and the issue there is not fuel. The issue there is low production.
As a country, we need to box ourselves in the corner. That at the moment we must rely on rice from Tanzania, beans from Tanzania. Why? We have the pressure of South Sudan. We are lucky that it's a source of income for us to feed the people of South Sudan. It's a good market, but we are not producing enough. No. You cannot say we have nowhere to put it, because the second thing that would press government on would be the storage facilities that they promised at every sub-county. The silos, then we can purchase from the people, like what is done in Malawi and Zambia, and then we hold it for the harder times. Because we have no buffer stock, we all remember the buffer stocks. Because we have no buffer stocks to help us in hard times, we have no buffer fuel. You remember the reserves? The Committee on Trade came here and clearly stated that the reserves are empty. So we have no buffer fuel. In case we get into a crisis, we can't even move on for 5 days. Now, with the political arena, Madam Speaker, that is in Kenya, we should be bracing for these. The Kenyans are rounding up all the food, and they are wise. In East Africa, I've been with my traders that import produce, and they are telling me you can no longer compete with them because as a government, they have aggressively gone to pick food, all maize stock, and cereals from as far as Mozambique, Malawi, and Zambia. Now, automatically, from all of you that have heard our maize growers now, the price of maize has shot up to 1,300 at the moment. That means the price of flour will definitely shoot up, and that has nothing to do with fuel. It has a lot to do with scarcity and low production. Now, the Minister of Agriculture, this is not about and inspire people to produce more. I know we always at times have bump harvest, but let's have that new buffer stock fund where we can purchase this from the people, hold it for tougher times. Now we've opened out DRC. You're going to see the pressure on food that is unprecedented. I can tell you in the near future, we are all going to face a pressure on wheat.
Can you, and everybody wants.
Right, Honorable Speaker. 60% of ammonium that is used to make fertilizers is coming from Russia. And Russia has halted the exportation of ammonium nitrate for the next 3 months. I can tell you production in the world is going to go down for basic consumable commodities, and Uganda should brace for this. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Katesh, Solomon.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I must say that having listened to the minister, the statement falls short of our expectations. First of all, if you are looking at the issue of the rising commodity prices, you have to examine the supply chain, especially for imported products, and look at the cost drivers that are pushing these prices. And then you come to the House and tell us the mitigation measures you are going to put in place. We all know that the crude prices in 2020 was about $70 per barrel. In 2021, the highest, in 2022, it has risen to $133 per barrel. That is a fact. The second factor is that the shipping costs have increased in 2020. In 2020, from about 2,800 to 7,500. So those are international cost factors that are external to our economy. Therefore, when we are here looking at the prices, for example, if you look at the cost of fuel, the average world price of fuel is 4,817 shillings. Our pump prices here is 5,100. So why is it that Uganda's price is above the global average? And what can government do? Number one, can we look at the inland transportation factors from the port of Mombasa to here and look at the future? We know that Kenya operates an open tender system, and very soon they are going into elections. You are going to find that they are going to prioritize the importation of fuel for their economy. We should be looking at the alternative route of Dar es Salaam. Madam Speaker and colleagues, if you go to these pump stations, the companies which are importing fuel through the port of Dar es Salaam, their prices are slightly lower than those that import through Mombasa. I would have expected the Minister of Trade actually to do research. Look at the essential commodities. For example, I have looked at the cooking oil. The cooking oil prices in the region, if you look at Kenya, the price on average has increased by 33%. In Tanzania, 39%. But in Uganda, 73%. What is the reason? Is it because of the excise duty we have put on palm stearin? So the ministry should have looked at the factors from importation to taxation to the local trade practices and come up with a comprehensive statement that can give us assurance. The statement does not give us assurance. You have not talked about cement. The bag of cement now has gone to 40,000. What impact does it have on the housing sector? Before we look at the issue of taxation, if we look at it without facts, we are also, because this House approved the budgeting framework paper. Therefore, my submission, Right Honorable Speaker, is that we should task the minister to go back, look at the cost drivers of the essential products, come up with a researched statement and factors that can be done to mitigate the prices. We all know that the steel prices have risen globally from 450 metric tons, dollars per metric ton, to 1,200. So what can we do? Maybe it is also a lesson for us. Start looking inward. If you go to the northern region, you'll find that all the factories that were producing oil from sunflower are down. What government do to revive those factories as we go into the budget? We have talked of Kalangala. We have done a lot, but what needs to be done? So I think government can look inward and look at the budget that we are going through and look at what we need to do to stimulate internal production on some of the products we are importing so that we save ourselves from the pressure of the growth prices. I submit.
Thank you. Members, now that we've somehow known the cause of, we've agreed that all the countries have the same problem, but we need to know the specific cause of the skyrocketing prices in Uganda. And as you have heard him talk about the inland transportation of fuel, could maybe mitigate a little bit. So what you need to do, we need the remedial actions. We need the remedial actions that we are doing as government to reduce the prices, the medium term, then the long term. And how do you want us as Parliament to help? How do you want Parliament to help? You also need to get the cost drivers. What is causing all this increase in prices? Determine the essential goods. What can we do for especially the essential goods? How can we reduce the prices for the essential goods? What can government do on that? Of course, we talked about setting the priorities, and then you come back and report to the House. Next item.
Item 4,
Pardon?
laying of papers.
He wants to add on what you should come with. I thought we agreed we need something that.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I do appreciate the effort of my friend, the Honorable Minister, hazarding to explain the challenges of domestic prices. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to speak to brief an issue raised by the Honorable Kateshumba relating to a possible distortion of the planning framework. Should there be an intervention to try and curtail Right Honorable Speaker, the budget framework paper is a short-term planning tool, whereas the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility is a long-term tool. And from basic planning and economic modeling, if you have a short-term disequilibrium in the economy, you adjust. And if you are facing a potential long-term disequilibrium, you reform. And from the statement of the minister, you read neither. Whether her statement is to get government into an adjustment or to take long-term winding reforms to address potential return to the same problem. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, it's not the first time this parliament is addressing this matter, and the causes actually point to the same factors. I don't know what happened to the planning function of government. Because we are net importers of petroleum products, we can easily predict the kind of price oscillations that can be occasioned by any change in international prices of crude. I would have expected the minister to address the House on, for example, how in the short term, as a way of adjustment, they're going to address the matter of fuel marking, which adds 30 shillings per liter of imported petroleum in the country. This 30 shillings, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, is not government revenue. It is money.
Still telling the minister what to
Yes,
do.
yes, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm addressing the minister on how to deal with the short-term disequilibrium and what our expectations would be, for example, on petroleum that is facing an additional 30 shillings at the border for marking. And we are noting that we are the only country in the world that charges citizens money for marking petroleum. That used to be the case 15 years ago, before government computerized the movement of petroleum products. So we are granting private people money and asking citizens to pay 30 shillings per liter, which is not government revenue. In the short term, can we get a response on how that can be, for example, addressed, Right Honorable Speaker, in the short term?
Thank you.
Two, and lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, we, the minister ably and I agree, talked about the effects of COVID and how COVID ravaged the economy and brought to a standstill key feeders into the economy. But we are also alive to the fact that in May 2020, government received emergency lending of $491 million, 1.76 trillion. And again, in June 2021, the approval by the IMF of the $1 billion lending. Part of it was supposed to go into BOP stabilization. May you be informed, as part of perspective planning, how this money has been utilized to stabilize the economy, because part of it direct was supposed to go to Bank of Uganda to leverage on our export challenges and bring back the BOP into equilibrium, because we're talking about accounting for this money, right, Honourable Speaker, and where it was channeled, that you can track whether it was channeled into sectors that have a backward and forward linkage to the economy. Otherwise, on another day, right, Honourable Speaker, I would have advised the House to consider the report of the minister rejected, because it's serious, it falls short of expectations. I would like to invite the minister to be courageous. Have the courage to come and address the House on the real issues. We know them. You're not making any import on the issues. Address these matters without hiding anything. Then we shall find a problem and a solution to the problem of the prices, Honourable Speaker. Otherwise, the statement for me does not address the issues we are talking about. Probably the Honourable Minister is addressing another matter in another economy. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
So, Minister, you've heard what is on the floor. And you need to come with a consumer protection law so that we avoid our people being exploited. Yes, a procedure.
Madam Speaker, I had thought that you will allow us under Rule 52 to make proposals. Why? Because this minister, after a long wait, this is what she has brought. After a long wait. Now you are telling her to go back. I don't know what she will bring. You see, Madam Speaker, in fact, for me, I think this is the right time to be a minister, because there are no obligation on the shoulders of ministers. The minister has said one of the solutions is to go and procure land. The prices are in Masaka. And we've been waiting here, Madam Speaker. You said, okay, you had actually promised to have quite some time to make proposals. So the procedure issue I'm raising is whether this parliament should entrust the same minister to go and improve. You see, if you asked an average student, even at O level, to go and download for you all the information you have given on Google, it will be ready in 30 minutes. These drivers of inflation, the problems that are happening in the world. We wanted the Minister of Government to come and make proposals starting midnight today, not proposals of procuring land in Masaka and begin planting palm oil. So my fear, Madam Speaker, as we allow the same minister to go and look for solutions, is whether this parliament is not risking assigning the same person to do the work that they have failed, Madam Speaker.
I was addressing the leader of all the ministers, leader of government business, who is also here. So the leader of government business is going to take it up, and we have showed you, the House has told you what they want. And it is good, virtually good for the country. Nothing political. We want prices to be reduced for our people. We are acting on behalf of our people outside there. It is something which is not very good. And the whole world is waiting for when we are discussing that. And why I've reduced this discussion? Because it is not answering what we want. It's not curing what we want. Just like a leader of opposition said. So let's have a better discussion on Thursday. Come up with a paper on Thursday addressing what the House wants to hear out of you, what the country wants to hear out of you.
Speaker, Madam. Right Honorable Speaker.
Members, yes.
Right Honorable Speaker,
I'm not contradicting your ruling, but I would like to register the concern of the people of Dokolo. Having read this statement, I normally relay some of the important issues to my constituents. Today, Right Honorable Speaker, the minister has told us she actually read a statement on the 13th and agreed to give us a comprehensive report on the 23rd. Unfortunately, because of the event we have gone through and rudely interrupted by Hurricane Lalogi, we have all been shattered in different directions. But, Right Honorable Speaker, can the minister justify why at the height of the crisis of COVID, the prices of commodity did not go this bad? And the global phenomenon cannot be blamed entirely for what is happening. Because when you talk about palm oil to justify the rising price of oil, I'm really surprised. Because economic, Right Honorable Speaker, we grow cotton and we make oil from cotton. We grow simsim, we grow soya, we get oil from it. And sunflower, we are now growing it massively in the north and in the east. So I'm wondering why we are putting the blame now, the push factor on palm oil. Is it because land is needed?
Honorable Cecilia, can you reserve that for Thursday? Shadow Minister on this side, you come with an alternative policy too, as you present yours on Thursday too, so that we see how we can put it together for us to be able to see what can be done. And all the concerns of Ugandans must be captured. Next item.
Item 4, laying of papers. Item 4.1.
Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table the annual report of Bank of Uganda. I beg to lay for the year 2021.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The report is referred to Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Next.
Item 4B.
Yes, Mr. Procedural.
I am fearing because the report of the Bank of Uganda is supposed to be signed off by the governor. We unfortunately lost the governor. I don't know whether the Honorable Musas is the one who has signed it.
Under the Bank of Uganda Act, there shall be a governor and a deputy governor. And this report that is being laid on table is the annual report of 2021. By then, the governor was still alive. This is what was signed by the late governor then. But at the moment, there is the acting governor of Bank of Uganda, which is provided for under the Act.
Madam Speaker, the Bank of Uganda, we are talking about matters of prices going up and our shillings experiencing instability. Part of the solution is supposed to come from Bank of Uganda, where there is no governor, and of course the document has been signed by the one who died. You see, this government, I don't know. How long does it take for you to sort out problems of appointing a governor, and then you put us in positions where we are supposed to ask very obvious questions? The bank doesn't have a governor. The board cannot function because the chairman of that board is the governor. And the Minister of Finance is okay.
In the absence of the governor of Bank of Uganda, the deputy governor is the acting governor and is the acting chair of the board. The only issue that I know you want to raise, how can the governor be the chairman of the board? And that is what was in a COSASE report, and you're supposed to bring the memorandum, which has passed even 6 months. But it is provided for what? If you want to change that, you need to first amend the Bank of Uganda Act. So if you can bring an amendment of Bank of Uganda Act, well and good.
But the lead of government business should tell us when are they appointing a governor. All these 2 positions are provided for a reason.
The appointing authority is not the lead of government business. The governor shall be appointed by the president of the country. And the president of the country is not in this house as of now. But just be patient, you will have a governor. You will have a governor in the Bank of Uganda. Next item.
Item 4B.
Right Honorable Speaker, the National Planning Authority Annual Performance Report for financial year 2020-2021. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. It's referred to the Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Next.
Item 4C.
Procedure.
On what?
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Rule 32, mode of laying papers. The clerk shall ensure that a paper to be laid on table is distributed to all members before it is laid. Right Honorable Speaker, it's becoming a norm whereby before laying those papers, they are not distributed to us. They're not on our iPads, they're not on our pigeonholes. So, right Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether we are proceeding well. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
This is a report which is referred to a committee of finance. Are you a member of finance committee? It is a report referred to the committee for scrutiny. It is not a paper that you think it is. Next.
Item 4C.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the National Social Security Fund Midterm Access to Benefits Regulations 2022, Statutory Instrument number 18 of 2022. I beg to lay.
Thank you, honorable members. As you may be aware that NSSF already commenced the disbursement of monies to eligible savers. And this is a matter of interest to all of you. And we require that the minister tables the law, the regulations for information purpose and scrutiny. And it is going to the Committee of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker,
I am glad that the minister has raised the regulations. However, Right Honorable Speaker, in such an institution, there is supposed to be a board. The last time I stood here, Right Honorable Speaker, of an irregularity that had been done by the then minister responsible for NSSF. They appointed a board with complete disregard of the constitutional issues are supposed to be taken care of. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to congratulate you. We have just elected you as a speaker. And remember, we were mourning when we were saying, can we first bury? They said, no, this is a constitutional matter. Can I know why the issue of the representation on the board by women is not looked at as a serious issue? Why it's not a constitutional matter, but others are? If we are to abide by the provisions of the Constitution, let it not be selective. So can I know from the Honorable Minister, because when I raised it the last time, we had given them 1 week within which we were going to act as women in this parliament. But yes, as women and men, the Uganda Women's Parliamentary Association, the minister, the Attorney General then told me that since we are now considering the new bill, the NSSF bill, let us conclude the bill. Once it is assented, we shall have a new board appointed. Can I know from the minister? I wrote to you in January. This is April. You have not responded to my letter on this gender issue, and neither have you come to tell us what actions the cabinet has taken in including at least a third of the women on this board. There are very many qualified women. So, Right Honorable Speaker, can I know, is it not procedural right for the minister to update this House on what action has been taken in regard to the issue that I raised last year? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, there was an issue of gender on the board, and I don't know how you addressed it, and if you have addressed it.
Right Honorable Speaker, I have 2 instruments. Let me lay the second one, which is the statutory instrument number 19, the National Social Security Fund Act, commencement of section 20A1 and 2, because the Act provides that a statutory instrument be issued for the date of commencement. I beg to lay. Now, on the issue of gender, I want to confirm that yes.
But honorable members, I want you to look at the regulations. Interest yourselves in those regulations. Yes.
On the issue of gender, I want to confirm that when I received the letter, I have acted and I withdrew 2 male members and substituted them with the female. And we have no issue, and it has been addressed.
Can we have evidence to that effect? Can we have the names of the people who were removed and substituted? Can we have copies of the letters that you used to substitute, so that we are sure that?
I will submit tomorrow, but I can confirm that the representative from one of the workers and the employers were withdrawn, and subsequently 1 representative of worker and 1 representative of employers were substituted. I will submit tomorrow. Thank you.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the minister in charge of gender. But she's the same minister in charge of the welfare of children in this country. Right Honorable Speaker,
There is a despicable scene that whenever we move with our children, they ask us, why are those children not going to school? Honorable Speaker, it's appalling to see these young street children moving in masses, morning and evening. And we all see them on traffic lights and we pretend everything is right. Where is child protection?
Honorable Medi, is it in relation to the regulations?
Now we have the minister here, right, Honorable Speaker?
No.
Now that we have her here.
You will have the minister when you want the minister.
No, she, okay, I won't say she's not always in the house. But right, Honorable Speaker.
Dilute it. Nakut brought a motion on those street children.
We want them off the streets.
Order.
Despicable thing.
Order.
What we need to do is to have implementation of the resolutions of that motion. That's what we need to do. Order paper, substantive. Let it come on the order paper about the street children. I know you are concerned about it, but we are more concerned as mothers. Yes.
Most obliged, right, Honorable Speaker. Let the mothers take the lead in this matter. It is very shaming to this country.
Yes.
Speaker, I just want to inform the member who is very concerned about street children that there is a pending motion on children generally. And I would want full support from you. And that's why I'm very, very happy, right, Honorable Speaker, that a man of his caliber will raise such a serious concern. This motion has been pending for quite some time, and I'm urging Honorable Sarah Pendi, who is responsible for that motion, to find a way of bringing it to the floor of Parliament so that we can rest that matter. But thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. We need to have the street children out of the streets. And we need to bring a motion on that. Honorable members, next item. Allow me to amend the order paper. Panado, don't make my officers to talk. Allow me to amend the order paper. The MP of Omoro is here. She has a paper to present. She wants to go back to Omoro for campaigns.
Item 8, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Tourism, Wild Trade and Industry on bushfires and human-wildlife conflicts in Queen Elizabeth National Park.
Honorable Amwaka. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the following documents. The report of the Sectoral Committee of Tourism, Trade and Industry on bushfires and human-wildlife conflict in Queen Elizabeth Park. And I lay on table the minutes for the meetings, report on cost per kilometer electric fence and procurement methods used,
for acquisition of fence materials, management of bushfires report in the protected areas, Uganda police report on Rubirizi bushfires, or executive or private investigator report, report on fires at the affected lodges, report on Parkview Safari Lodge, and Madam Speaker, or report on fires at Mazike Lodge. I beg to lay as I proceed to present.
Please lay.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry has the honor to present its report findings from the 16th to the 17th of February 2022 field visit in the districts of Rubirizi, Chambura, and Kasese, specifically Queen Elizabeth National Park. This was in pursuance of the directive by the Speaker, the Tourism, Trade and Industry Committee, to take on a fact-finding field activity regarding the allegation of occasional bushfires that have been mismanaged and turned out hazardous to the neighboring communities and their property. Right Honorable Speaker, the human-wildlife conflicts as presented on the floor of Parliament in a matter of national importance on the 8th of February 2022. Right Honorable Speaker, the background to the report. If there is time, I'll go into the details. We have the background to the report. Uganda is endowed with a high diversity and rich diversity of both animals and plant species. It is estimated that Uganda has over 18,783 species of fauna and flora. The high density and diversity of species is found both inside and outside protected areas. Right Honorable Speaker, Government of Uganda, through Uganda Wildlife Authority, is responsible for the conservation of the country's natural heritage, which includes animals, plants, natural features, and the ecosystem in general. Uganda Wildlife Authority currently manages a total of 10 national parks, 12 wildlife reserves, 13 wildlife sanctuaries, and 5 community wildlife management areas. Its principal mission is to conserve, economically develop, and sustainably manage the wildlife and protected areas of Uganda. It is estimated, Right Honorable Speaker, that over 50% of Uganda's wildlife resources reside outside formally gazetted parks. Section 9A of Uganda Wildlife Act 2019 mandates our board to be the trustee for wildlife inside and outside wildlife protected areas in Uganda. Further still, Section 6K provides for the mandate of Uganda Wildlife Authority in consultation with other lead agencies to control, develop, or license the development of tourist facilities in wildlife protected areas. Despite this recent enactment of 2019, our flora and fauna is under threat from poaching, encroachment, habitat degradation and loss, human-wildlife conflicts, and climate change, among others. For example, over the years, there have been a series of rampant fires in the protected areas, Right Honorable Speaker, on the country's national park. On the 8th of February 2022, fire gutted Mazike Lodge in Queen Elizabeth National Park. In July 23rd, 2022, fire gutted Parkview Hotel, also in the Queen Elizabeth National Park. Several fire incidences of these fires have not been established, Right Honorable Speaker. Rationale for the Committee Oversight visit. The Sectoral Committee of Tourism, Trade and Industry derives its mandate from Article 90 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda And accordingly, from Rules 156, 159, 187, and 189 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. These provisions enjoin the committee with authority and power to, among others, research, investigate, and carry out oversight functions with respect to the ministries, departments, and agencies under its purview. On the 8th of February 2022, Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Silwan Solomon rose on a matter of national importance in regard to the many fires that have gutted forests and properties belonging to Ugandans. In his submission, he informed the House that the fires believed to have been started from national parks that are managed by the Uganda Wildlife Authority have ended up destroying properties worth millions of shillings, including crops, animals that they protect, businesses and lodges, among others. Following the directive of the Right Honorable Speaker on the 8th of February 2022, the committee embarked on an oversight field visit in a bid to ascertain the causes, impact, and management of these fires. Madam Speaker, our objectives are as follows. During the investigation, objective number one was to investigate the causes and impact of fires in national parks. 2, to ascertain the measures being employed by Uganda Wildlife Authority in the management of park fires and rampant human-wildlife conflicts. Number 3, to explore the various mitigation measures that will address the challenges of occasioned bush burning and the unending human-wildlife conflicts. Then 4, finally, to propose recommendations that are all-encompassing, protecting both the tourism industry, people, and wildlife. The scope of our research, this report concerns itself with Queen Elizabeth National Park, which is located in the western part of Uganda. The report investigated the fires that have recently been reported at the park, gutting park facilities such as lodges and property therein, causing financial losses to the owners of these facilities. Right Honorable Speaker, the methodologies that this committee used are as follows. The committee employed field visits. The committee visited Queen Elizabeth National Park in Rubirizi and Kasese districts. During the visit, the committee made several observations regarding the causes and management of park fires, especially the occasioned bush burning. Methodology number 2, meetings with stakeholders. The committee held meetings and received a number of verbal testimonies from key witnesses, several of whom presented with written briefs. Witnesses including leaders and officials from the following institutions: the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, Uganda Wildlife Authority, Queen Elizabeth National Park Warden, members of the community also testified, area in charge, Uganda Police Force was present, the Brigade Commander, Rubirizi District, the Resident District Commissioner, Rubirizi District, the Chairman LC5 Rubirizi District, Chairman LC5 Kasese, Chairman LC3 Kichwamba Sub-County, Rubirizi District, Chairman LC1 Chambura A, the particular area where the burnt lodges are, Manager Park View Lodge, Manager Mazike Lodge, the NRM Chairman Rubirizi, who was in the meeting, District Internal Security Officer, and also the committee had in the meeting aggrieved victims of human-wildlife conflict. Right Honorable Speaker, among other methods used, desk research was also conducted. The committee carried out desk research in order to back up some of the findings with facts and also obtain statistics in regards to the budgeting and underlying issues in national parks. As follows, Right Honorable Speaker. National Park Fire. Section 3 of the Uganda Wildlife Act 2019 vests the ownership of all wild animals and wild plants existing in the wild habitat in Uganda in the government on behalf of and for the benefit of the people of Uganda. Under Section 4 of the Act, The role of the ministry responsible for wildlife is, among others, to supervise the sector through overall sector planning, coordination, and policy development. Section 7 of the Uganda Wildlife Act 2019, Wildlife Authority Act 2019 allows the authority in the performance of its functions under Act to delegate in writing any of its functions to a lead agency, a committee or public officer, and where the authority delegates any of its function, it makes the necessary arrangements with the lead agency to facilitate the performance of the delegated functions. Right Honorable Speaker, under Section 2 of the Uganda Wildlife Act 2019, the purpose of the Act includes providing for public participation in wildlife management. Section 2, subsection 2 provides that for the better achievement of the purpose of the Act, the authority and every person responsible for the administration of the Act shall ensure that measures taken are instituted under Act
Yes,
are based
Right,
on
Honorable
scientific
Speaker.
proofs.
Right, Honorable Speaker and the members. This report was uploaded some time back. We've gone through it. Is it procedure right for the chairperson to summarize and we come to the recommendation? We have many issues. The order paper.
Honorable members, the member is saying, we've been having this report for over 2 weeks. Can it be summarized? If that is okay with the members, then summarize. Nobody is to the contrary.
Right, Honorable Speaker, let me go to the observations of the committee. The committee realized that fires as a tool for managing rangeland ecology, whereas OR is mandated to use fire as a tool for management of rangeland ecology. When not properly managed, it can cause massive destruction, not only to vegetation, but also infrastructure that exists within and outside protected areas. On environment social impact assessment, whereas the committee was informed that all facilities within and around the protected areas are supposed to go through environmental social impact assessment, it was noted that OR's mandate in the enforcement of ESIA is within the protected areas only, while NEMA is responsible for enforcement of ESIA for facilities outside and around the protected areas. The committee discovered that it is only the facilities around and outside the protected areas that have frequently reported destruction caused by fire. Firefighting capacity. Right, Honorable Speaker, there are no firefighting stations near the national parks. For instance, the nearest firefighting station from Park View Lodge, located in Rubirizi district, is in Bushenyi, which is 74 kilometers away from the Park View Lodge, and in Kasese, which is 72 kilometers away. This means that in case of fire outbreak, fire cannot be fought efficiently and effectively. On compensation policy, Right Honorable Speaker and the House, the compensation policy established under Section 83 of the Uganda Wildlife Act 2019 does not include damage occasioned as a result of fire. The Wildlife Compensation Scheme under Section 83 is to be used for financing compensation claims for human death, injuries, or damage to property caused by wild animals outside a protected area. Section 83 of the Act only provides for compensation where a person is injured. 84. Where a person is injured, killed, or suffers damage to his or her property by a specific wild animal listed in the 4th schedule of the Act. Whereas the current law does not provide for compensation of losses as a result of fire, the committee observed that OR has done compensation before when Mazike Lodge was burnt in 2012, Right Honorable Speaker. On the causes of the fire at the different lodges, during the investigation, the committee interfaced with managers of these lodges, Parkview and Mazike Lodge. And Parkview Safari Lodge got burnt on the 23rd of July, right, Honorable Speaker, 2021. According to the lodge managers, on this fateful day, the lodge had a workshop of about 24 people and 4 foreign tourists that had just checked out. Other guests were having a workshop in another part of the lodge. The manager of the lodge informed the committee that he first saw smoke from far distance away from the lodge, and as he was inspecting the facility being renovated at 3 p.m., to realize that fire was about 30 meters from the lodge. The manager contacted nearby lodges, OR Fire Brigade, UPDF police for assistance, but little could be done to rescue the cottages. Police from Rubirizi responded, but they could not help because they didn't have the firefighting equipment. It was finally UPDF at the end of the day that rescued the situation. According to the police report dated 26, Right Honorable Speaker, July 2021, the lodge had substantial fire extinguishing machines, gadgets that they used to fight the fire. However, the lodge manager informed the committee that these extinguishers were not efficient enough in fighting fires given the nature of the structures. Furthermore, to the report, Right Honorable Speaker, the Special Investigating Division of the Uganda Police Force states that the fire outbreak in Parkview Safari Lodge was classified as accidental, occasioned by a fire that could have originated from the outer side of the perimeter wall of the hotel facing the park. On the other hand, according to an investigation done by OR, it was established that the fire started from the community outside the park, community land outside the park. This conclusion was arrived at using the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, Fire Information for Resource Management System, which distributes near real-time active fire data based on NASA's infrared imaging radiometer suit Terra and aqua satellite. This tool by NASA points the source of the fire to a piece of land owned by Dr. Tumwesije Benon, where it is alleged that there is a bee farming activity. However, Dr. Tumwesije, the owner of the land, in a letter to the committee, denied this, having knowledge of any activity of bee farming in his land. The committee makes the following observation over that. Fire gutted down a total of 18 structures at Parkview Safari Lodge, 15 cottages, and 1 main restaurant, 1 washroom, the swimming pool, and 1 sanitary box. Right Honorable Speaker, the lodge did not have any CCTV camera, which is a very important tool for monitoring crimes that are likely to happen. 3, the structures at the lodge were majorly constructed out of wood material and roofed with grass material. These are materials. Number 4, the lodge did not have any proper waste management disposal mechanism. Number 5, during the site visit, the committee observed that the fire came from the protected areas of the park to the lodge. The committee could not exactly establish whether the seat of the fire, the origin of the fire, started from within the park or from a community outside the park. Number 6, for all the fires that happened in the Rubirizi district, the office of the RDC, which is accountable for all security-related matters of the districts, was not in charge and could not provide the committee any report about the fires in that area. Number 7, the committee observed that the DISO did not carry out any investigation. Number 8, the committee accessed the online tool by NASA and indeed observed a fire alert that was flagged by NASA on the 23rd July at the specified coordinates. The committee could not, however, use the tool to trace if the coordinates were within the park or not, and if it was this same fire that crossed to the national park, gutting down Park View, Safari Lodge or not. Number 9, the investigations done by police only covered areas within the park and did not explore the possibility that the fire could have started from outside the park, community land, and entered the park to the facility that got burned. Number 10, whereas UA and Uganda police did independent investigations into the cause and source of the fire, both parties admit, Right Honorable Speaker, that to some extent, their findings are subject to certain margins of error. Right Honorable Speaker, whereas UA informed the committee that fire started from Dr. Tumwesigye's land through the park and later burned Park View Safari Lodge, the committee has discovered that UA has never opened a case at any police station regarding bushfires destroying the ecosystem. Observed that there were barely any buffer zones between the park, the burnt lodges, and the community, despite all the stakeholders' meetings that recommended for a 50-meter buffer zone to be implemented by the stakeholders, which could have prevented spread of fire into the facilities. Right Honorable Speaker and dear colleagues, whereas all parties may be denying having started the fire, according to UA Fire Management Plan, burning is done between January, February, and July, August, which is about the same time fire gutted Park View Safari Lodge. The committee observed that no one has the authority to enter, recite, or start fire in a wildlife conservation area without authorization by Uganda Wildlife Authority. This implies that all developments, establishments, fires, or any other activity in the wildlife conservation areas in Uganda are authorized by Uganda Wildlife Authority. Meanwhile, on Mazike Lodge, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee was informed by UA that UA had scheduled to carry out controlled burning on the 8th of February. Prior to that, UA informed the committee that the alerted hotel owners, Mazike, Volcanoes, Elephant Hub, and Pumba, these are lodges within the area. Additionally, they mobilized security by reporting the activity to police and brigade barracks. So everyone was aware of the exercise of the bush burning, controlled bush burning. The committee was informed that the bush burning exercise was completed by 1 p.m. on that fateful day, and that at the time fire was no longer burning next to the lodge, but burning 800 meters away up on a hill adjacent to Mazike Lodge. Our staff informed the committee that by around 2:30 p.m., that was 1.5 hours later, he saw fire gutting one of the dining halls of Mazike Lodge. In effect, he went back to assist the lodge owners and staff. The operation officer of OA equally noted that he requested the staff and the neighborhood to help putting out the fire. The committee was shocked to learn that despite that fact, fire was gutting down one of the dining halls, Mazike management had not even called police or fire brigade to help. The committee was informed that efforts to locate water source, from within the lodge to help put out fire was in vain. Furthermore, the committee was informed that a second fire gutted Mazike on the 14th of February, 2022, when the park fire of 8th of February was no more. This fire was not known to police or to the district leadership. In fact, the stakeholders that attended the meeting got to know about this fire incident from this committee of parliament on the day we visited the field. Mazike manager informed the committee that the fire came from within and alleges that it is an act of malice by unknown people. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee was further informed that Mazike staff were told not to sign on the police statements that they themselves made provided at the police. It was revealed that the Mazike proprietor claimed that his staff were tired and yet they were able to record their statements, but too tired to sign the statements and left till the following day. The committee also found out that Mazike Lodge has so far burned 4 times, compensated once. Another case is still in court. Additionally, every time a fire happens at Mazike, the management is changed, Right Honorable Speaker. The committee was further informed by the LC1 chairperson that it is suspected generally in the community that the previous fires could have happened as a result of staff strikes due to poor working conditions that they face. These are the observations in regards to that. Mazike Lodge is the only lodge within the park which has had 4 incidences of fire since 2012, 2018, February 2022, and 14th February 2022. And yet it is in the vicinity of other lodges such as Elephant Hub, Tomba, and Volcano lodges, which have not experienced any fire. 2, the management of Mazike kept making contradictory statements to the committee and yet accepted all accounts of the incidences as narrated by OWA staff who carried out the controlled burning. For example, he denies that he was not contacted by OWA for the controlled burning exercise, and yet he agrees to have participated by providing staffs for the bush burning exercise. He further denies that OWA staff was not present during the firefighting exercise, and yet later agrees that OWA staff actually helped them in putting out the fire. Additionally, the community members who were involved in putting out the fire confirmed that they worked together with Mazike staff to put out the first fire on February 8th, 2022. Right Honorable Speaker, whereas the restaurant, kitchen, and 2 cottages on the southern side got burned on 8th February 2022, an additional 2 bunders caught fire a week later on the 14th, when the park fire was no more. The bunders that got burnt, Right Honorable Speaker, later are far away from the first site of the fire with a swimming pool structure in the middle. It's also clear that these 2 additional bunders were torched independently, as there seems to be no fire trail connecting the burning of the 2 structures. This is clear indication of a planned burning of the bunders. Right Honorable Speaker, these 2 additional bunders that burnt on the 14th February 2022 did not seem to have had any property therein at the time of the burning. There was no evidence of remains of burnt items, and yet the manager of the lodge claims the building contained property therein at the time of the fire struck. Just like Parkview Safari Lodge, Right Honorable Speaker, Mazike did not have any CCTV cameras installed anywhere around. Despite several attempts by the committee to get a formal report from the management of Mazike Lodge, the committee, until the time of writing this report, has not received any submission from the proprietor of Mazike Lodge in regards to the fires. The committee also notes that the police has never provided any formal report on Mazike by the time of compiling this report. The committee has a reason to believe that the burning of Mazike Lodge was planned and should not be linked to the controlled burning exercise of the park, Right Honorable Speaker. On other emerging issues, human-wildlife conflicts, the committee was informed that the major cause of human-wildlife conflict in and around the protected areas is the competition between ever-increasing human populations and wildlife for the same declining living space and resources. The diverse assemblage of wildlife, some large-bodied living in groups and wide-ranging such as buffaloes, elephants, baboons, chimpanzees, bush in the protected areas surrounding by densely settled agricultural human landscapes in a recipe for conflict between humans and wild animals. This condition poses a serious risk to wildlife survival and human livelihoods in the landscape, and ultimately makes the achievements of the balance between biodiversity, conservation, and human development increasingly difficult. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee makes the following observations under human-wildlife conflict. Even with these measures that OWA has put on ground, human-wildlife conflicts, animals have raided and destroyed properties belonging to communities living near the parks. Poachers have also entered the parks and killed some wild animals. On electric fencing project, in the case of Queen Elizabeth Conservation Area, since 2018, when this project was piloted and commissioned by the President in 2019, out of 134.4 kilometers of the Queen Elizabeth Conservation Area, Right Honorable Speaker, only 52.5 kilometers, which is just 39.1% of the total areas, has been fenced off. The committee notes that whereas this project has taken about 4 years since the pilot, OWA has not acknowledged any budgetary challenges as an issue to the cause of the delay of the fencing. Recommendations. The committee recommends that OWA Uganda Wildlife Authority Act 2019 be amended to incorporate the current dynamics in the various conservation areas, including compensation for damages caused by fires originating from the protected areas. 2, the committee recommends that OWA fast-tracks the review of the compensation regulations and policy in order to operationalize the compensation scheme, because they're failing to compensate because of that gap. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that NEMA fast-tracks the implementation of environment social impact assessment for all investments inside and around the protected areas, and also enforce adherence, especially on facilities outside and around the protected areas. Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that no facility should be constructed within or around the protected areas without NEMA carrying out environmental social impact assessment and certifying it. Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend that funds be provided to OWA to procure firefighting equipment and have them within the vicinity of every nation with fires. We do recommend that NEMA conducts regular inspections and enforce compliance to the environmental management plan related to protected areas, including but not limited to waste management and fires. The committee recommends that the tourism police, in conjunction with OWA, should regularly conduct security and safety sensitization on the neighboring communities of the lodge, hotel owners, and inspections of the tourism facilities and sites to ensure that standards are maintained. We recommend that the management of all tourism facilities within and around the protected areas should install CCTV cameras facing the park to record activities and occurrences in and around the facility. We recommend that all facilities nearing the park should have 200 meters fire buffer provided by the investors. This will deter fire ingress into these facilities that are near the park in case of fire outbreak. Furthermore, materials used in the construction of facilities near the park should be treated or laced with other fire-resistant materials. Right Honorable Speaker, all facilities should have a well-maintained access roads from the main road for safety management and sufficient separation of facilities to allow for fire engines to maneuver within the facility. We recommend that all proprietors of the tourism facilities within and around the protected areas must have all their facilities comprehensively insured at any given time, without which they should not operate. Right Honorable Speaker, the government should plan ahead on the growing population to avoid having negative impact on the protected areas, that is on human-wildlife conflict. OR should complete the construction of the electric fence in the shortest time possible within the next financial year. Right Honorable Speaker, after a critical analysis of the observations and findings from the reports presented to the committee by the various stakeholders, including OR, Uganda Police Force, the aggrieved parties, and the verbal testimonies from witnesses on the ground, the committee therefore recommends that government assesses the total loss value incurred by Parkview Safari Lodge and that the losses be shared between equally. Right Honorable Speaker. Regarding the bushfires and human-wildlife conflicts in Queen Elizabeth National Park, the committee has made a thorough investigation and established that OR as a body in charge needs to go an extra mile in executing its mandate in regard to offering protection to human and wildlife neighboring communities. Investments within and around the protected areas in the same spirit. The property owner around and within the protected areas need to comply with the standard operation responsibility of protecting their investments within protected areas. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. As you realize, of recent we've had concerns raised by members and some section of the public on bush burning around the wildlife conservation areas and the attendant destructions that have been caused out of the bush burnings, the fire burnings. Similarly, this concern was raised by a member, which must be addressed. I want to thank you so much. Honorable Minister, you have something to say? Okay. Yes. Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, for the record, I'm Tembo Gideon Mujungu. Madam, this is my maiden speech.
All the way from Kasese. Kasese.
I represent the people of Songora South and Queen Elizabeth National Park. About 50% lies in Songora South. Madam Speaker, I would like to appreciate the report of the committee. I think they did a good job. But at the same time, allow me to sympathize with the proprietors of the properties that were destroyed by fire. Can you see Honorable Katesh as a victim? Indeed, I sympathize with them. Honorable Speaker, I want to address myself, not particular to the fire, but other problems. But maybe before I leave the fire, I've listened to the report carefully. I don't see them recommending that these facilities should have fire insurance. If I missed it, I'm sorry. But that should have been a recommendation that these facilities, structures around the national parks should insure against fire insurance. Madam Speaker.
Honorable, there is where they say all the facilities should have comprehensively be insured. And comprehensively would include.
Okay. I beg. Madam Speaker, the people of Queen Elizabeth have two major problems which I wanted to underline in addition to the fires. The communities living along Lake George and the Kazinga Channel, the law defines these areas as sanctuaries and goes ahead to say that if a wild animal attacked or destroyed anything, any property, or destroyed a person in this sanctuary, they are not entitled to compensation. I want to bring this to the attention of the minister, that this is unfair to the people living in these, along the waters, but along the national park. Secondly, these people, up to now, Uganda Wildlife Authority has not marked boundaries between the land belonging to the communities and the national park. And this matter has been on for, especially for Katunguru, this matter has been on for quite a long time. May I take this opportunity to appeal to the minister to address himself to this matter so that it is along the national park along Lake George and Kazinga Channel, they is delineated. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I thank Wildlife Authority for erecting electric fence. But as you hear from the report, the fence is incomplete. Every animal that will sense the fence and migrate to areas that are not fenced off. As I speak, Madam Speaker, most elephants have migrated from Lake Katwe, Muhokia, which are fenced off, and now are terrorizing the people of a sub-county called Karusandara. They have killed people, they have destroyed crops, and this is a huge menace. The other day I approached the ministry,
Honorable, can you summarize?
As I finish, Madam. The other day I approached the Right Honorable Prime Minister. My view was that as we wait for UA to provide a long-lasting fence, she provides us some emergency fund where the community is putting up a fence. But up to now, I have not got a response, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
I thank you.
Honorable Shaggy.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Colleagues, we have had such matters occur in this country. Private sector is the way to go, and it's a duty of government to protect the assets of our people. That's why today as we speak, government is committed to compensating cattle lost to the cattle rustlers in the areas of Teso, Acholi, Lango, and others like Bugisu Sebei will have to follow. So that's already a precedent set. So if such property got destroyed within the places which are supposed to be protected by government, then there is a duty for government to take responsibility by compensating. We have even compensated businessmen from who do trade in Sudan. businessmen doing business in Congo, how about the ones doing business here, employing our people? So, Right Honorable Speaker, my submission is that government should follow suit since the president has already been set and compensate this private investor. I thank you.
The recommendation from the committee that it compensates 50% after valuation. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying compensate 100%.
Okay, yeah, Enos.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the team on the committee for the report. Madam Speaker, my question goes to the minister seated right here to tell us why the electric fence project has not been completed since 2018, actually, when it started. Because I believe if this fence was done, the project was done, it would have saved so many of these issues. One, the conflict between the animals and the settlers outside the park. And number two, possibly in the fencing, they would have created the buffer zone that could also help protect the areas around the park with the fires that originate from the park. Madam Speaker, can the Honorable Minister help us understand what could have gone wrong? Because the report clearly tells us that it's not a budget issue. They have never come to the floor of Parliament asking for money. So we are wondering what could have gone wrong. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Masala. There are microphones, yeah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I am Karim Masaba, the MP Industrial Division, Bale City, and the Shadow Minister of Tourism and Wildlife. I would like to thank the Vice Chairperson of the committee, plus all members of the committee for the tremendous work done, including Panado, for the tremendous work done in coming up with this really wonderful report. But there are some few points, about 2 or 3, which I think we need to keenly highlight. The first issue concerns the Uganda Wildlife Act. Article 84 provides for compensation of persons that suffer bodily injuries, killed or suffer damage of their property. However, the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiques has neither a compensation policy nor guidelines to effect the law, and therefore the compensation fund cannot be operationalized. This has increased the suffering of victims and caused resistance to the wildlife and tourism by the communities, leading to acts such as poisoning of the lions. I remember some time back in Queen Elizabeth National Park, that was in March 2021. So this is something that we really need to take keen interest in. Furthermore, the community wildlife committees and compensation verification committee composition as per the Uganda Wildlife Act, Article 20 and Article 82, respectively, disempower communities and tourism investors because the MDS set the terms and conditions on top of having more representatives. So some of the alternatives I'm looking at is to develop and implement a human wildlife compensation policy. This is urgent to help put the criteria and guidelines under which people should be compensated. Today morning, we happened to be with the minister, and there is one of the victims who was killed by UA, and the minister proposed to compensate these people with 2 million shillings. And this family turned down this money because they really saw it as very little money. And honestly speaking, this is very little money compared to a life lost. So we need to have proper ways and methods and criteria under which we should follow if we are to compensate some of these victims. They actually asked for, I think, about 10 million which is still very little, but the ministry is still afraid of going ahead to give them this money because they believe they will set a bad precedent. So why do we have to go all this way, yet we can come up with a proper compensation policy that will guide us on how to compensate our people. The other one is about amending the OA Act to include boards composed of community members. This is captured from the Zambian Wildlife Act, Article 32 and 35. I think our minister can go and do some research on it and involve more of the board, the community members on the board, because this will help solve community issues, the issues people are having with animals and wildlife. It empowers, people will feel more empowered to take part in, believe it will reduce on
Santa.
Lastly, Madam Speaker, if permitted, I believe the ministry should take it upon itself to process land titles for all protected zones and wildlife conservative areas, because we are having people encroaching on most of this property because some of it is not marked well in the land titles, and this can be seen evidently about 2 weeks ago, where the ED of WUA wrote to the cow of the cow issuing, stopping the cow from issuing land titles because they're having issues. It is called Kaiso Tonya Community Conservative Area. People are getting land titles. Right, Honorable Speaker, when you move to Mburo National Park right now, you'll see that most of the land has been taken up by the people. You'll find cows, people's cattle are grazing together with wildlife. They are staying in the same community with zebras, which I believe is not proper. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable, for the job well done. Indeed, as members representing areas surrounding the wildlife or the national park, we have a lot of problems that we have been putting before this parliament, and I want to thank the government for the effort that they have done in fencing part of the wildlife conflict area. But I want to urge the government that the remaining bit, which is still not yet fenced, should be done urgently. Right Honorable Speaker, the Act of 2019 needs to be amended urgently. But as far as I can remember, there was a compensation which is supposed to be catering for other funds. And I want to think that compensation is compensation. Let government compensate these people 100%. Right Honorable Speaker, the pain that people go through, the local communities, when fire guards or when the animals attack people is really too much, and these people need to be compensated. And I want to ask the minister, when are you bringing back this act for amendment? Right Honorable Speaker, there is lack of coordination. When you read the report, the management of the lodges and the human wildlife management, we are giving contradictory statement. So I want to urge the minister that you need to strengthen coordination, even with the communities, because the report is saying maybe the fire started from outside the park, and some people were saying it started from inside. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the minister must make sure that the first buffer zone is the community. When the community is on board, they will become the first buffer zone. And even all the stakeholders, you need serious meeting so that you address the issue of fire and wildlife human conflict. Then finally, Madam Speaker, it puzzles me if these hotels, which accommodates even the tourists, our visitors, who brings a lot of revenue to this country, let me conclude, Right Honorable, some of them do not have CCTV cameras. Madam Speaker, This is a very serious issue. This concerns the security of not only our visitors, but all those who go to visit the national parks. So I think we need to pronounce ourselves, and the minister should make sure that all these lodges and hotels in the park and the surrounding areas have CCTV cameras. I want to thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Santa. Minister, the issue of amendment of the law must be worked on. Supervision of the officers who are manning those areas is lacking. So you need to ensure that the supervision is done. The issue of the CCTV cameras should be a mandatory for you to allow anybody to be there. Yes, Esther, then you will come to this line.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I know that government cannot have establishments in every place, like in these national parks. However, when individuals take it upon themselves and put these establishments to enhance the work of these other sectors like tourism, I think the onus is on government to protect some of these investments. I am here to say that while the committee recommends for half of compensation, what happens to the rest during this period? In my view, I think the compensation should be done fully to enable these tourism sites pick up again and do their businesses as usual. Of course, while we wait for the recommendation, while we wait for the bills and other institutions to come in and make these relevant amendments.
Much as we recommend 100% compensation, no more compensation should take place before we have the firefighting machine, equipments around there, before we have the CCTVs in these hotels. If we are making that recommendation, it should be strictly for this report, because you'll find the owners of the hotels now will go and ban their hotels. So we should make sure all the hotels must have the CCTV with immediate effect. Yes,
thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to thank.
But that should not be at government cost, at the investors' cost.
I wish to thank the committee for the job well done. My humble prayer to this honorable house to base on Rule 59F, to see how we can come up with that alternative also, to see how we can give a hand to institutions which have experienced the same, like schools and other entities, so that we can also create an avenue and see how we can give a hand to other Ugandans in case of fire and other related matters, using this as a benchmark.
No, we can't use this as a benchmark. We can't use this as a benchmark.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. For recording purposes, Maya Jalan, Member of Parliament, representative of Nakaseke Central. Among the recommendations of the committee, it says all facilities should have a well-maintained access roads from the main road for safety management and sufficient separation of facilities to allow for fire engineers to maneuver within the facility. This clarifies that these facilities do not have good roads, right, Honorable Speaker. I really urge the government. These facilities, they generate a lot of income to taxes to our country. Let it be an obligation to the government so that these facilities have good and accessible roads for them to generate more taxes to our country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
The other day I was asking why the Chove Road is not tarmacked. And somebody gave me a response and said, to avoid the speed, because you'll end up killing the animals. I don't know whether that is correct. Honorable Minister, could that be the reason that these roads are not tarmacked? They are maram so that you drive slowly, you're able to see the animals. But I enjoyed driving slowly because I was able to see the animals.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For record purposes, my name is Namanya Naboth, and I represent the people of Rubabo in Rukunjiri district. I want to thank the committee for the report presented. Madam Speaker, the government is mandated to protect property and its people. So, Madam Speaker, we understand that we collect a lot of revenue from tourism. So it should be now come up with a guideline that a certain percentage of the revenue that is collected from wildlife should be put aside to provide firefighting equipment so that the property and the lives of Ugandans as well as foreigners who are always there to bring foreign exchange, that it is protected. It is very true, Madam Speaker, here firefighting equipment is scarce. We have had in Shkuvo 3 days ago, a building was put down by fire because police took long to come to their rescue. So it should be the government now this time, Madam Speaker, that should take this seriously. Finally, Madam Speaker, for the business to flourish, Honorable Katesh, who is an investor in the same, it is very important that the relationship between the community, who are staff, and the staff of the business should be clear for the business to take an upward direction. In this regard, from the report, between the police, because I have seen contradicting statements and some of the staff did not sign the reports. So it should be, the guidance should make up, the minister should provide the guideline that would enhance, provide the working relation between the community and all the stakeholders around the parking and gazetted areas. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. My name is Betty Ethonalima, the woman MP Wakiso District. Madam Speaker, I also join everyone to congratulate you upon becoming the Speaker of this House. Madam Speaker, on the matter just upon the wild we are discussing, I wish to inquire from the ministry whether as government of Uganda, we've already sent a condolence message to the Colombian government over its citizen that died or was killed by a lone elephant in the national park. We can't leave that unnoticed when we are seeing our wild destroying, and it's really affecting humanity. That aside, we also now need to be helped. On top of the recommendations, can we please have a toll-free number? As one who represents Busi Island, one of the islands in Wakiso district, you find that several humans have died, several people have lost lives just because of the connection between where they are and UWA. They are not in position to access, and given the hardships many of our residents have faced, many of them are unable to have that money to call, and yet they need help. They are attacked by wild. We shall not only talk about fire, but we are seeing several wild animals coming from national parks, coming from the lakes, attacking several villages. So I request through you, Madam Speaker, let's also have a toll-free number whereby one doesn't have to have airtime in order to reach these people.
Thank you. Kiboga.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity, and also congratulations for having taken that post. I rise on the issue regarding fires. Right, Honorable Speaker, with the increasing temperatures up to 32 degrees, we are going to experience wildfires more than we have experienced before. And this is because of the global warming. Yet, currently, we do not have a provision for climate risk insurance. This was a suggestion in the planned disaster management bill. On this note, therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm requesting that we first track this bill because it is the one going to provide for such disasters, forecasts, other than forecasting floods and drought. Fire must be part of it because of its occurrence. And so we would like to, as well, encourage this phenomenon in compensating farmers as well. For example, if I apply fertilizers, if I use nice quality seeds, but still get armyworm, I must be compensated because this is a climate-related disaster. So this is an important issue that we need to think about and track the disaster management bill so as to plan appropriately as far as some of these risks are concerned. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Right Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congratulations upon elections. My name is Ekudo Tom Julius, Gweri County. I wouldn't to say we hurry to compensate these people. We first of all have to know what is the cause. Ministers, the person who gave us the report said the investigations were not done. Why can't we first of all ask for the investigations to first of all be done? After they have done the investigations, then we get to know what was the cause. Yes, then the government will then come in upon getting to know the cause. Yes, we can say 100% compensation or 50%. Because why do I say this, Madam Speaker? One, the proprietors were also negligent. They were not even burdened of their business. How do you have a multi-million business without putting a CCTV camera? How?
Can I ask you, would the CCTV camera stop the fire burning?
No, it would not stop, but it would tell so and so has done this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, also, the other thing I would like to say is that...
Can I also remind you one thing? That the role of government is to protect the lives and properties of persons.
True.
Even if you put, even these people have arcades in town here, they don't carry their arcades to their bedroom.
True.
But government is there, is supposed to protect them.
Madam Speaker, I'm also talking on behalf of the government, like community policing was lacking in that area. Also, the local leaders were not doing their work. It is more than 2 times. That's why I'm saying, Madam Speaker, also we need to know that there is competition of business in that area, and it might be the cause of that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There's what?
Competition.
Information, Madam Speaker.
Yes, information, yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The information I want to give the honorable colleague is that as the chairperson has been reading the report, he laid a forensic report from the Uganda police. So I think the issue that he's been talking about of first investigating is being presented in the forensic report.
The investigation was done, it was brought to, the issue was raised here. We also sent our committee to do its oversight role. And we are relying on our report from our committee who have done a very good job. So, and the question I would also ask you, did the burning take place yesterday? 2, don't you think if it was you, maybe the investor got a loan from a bank, what would happen? 3, you need to be mindful of these people who are living with the animals. This is what Honorable Santa was saying. There are some things that are inevitable. And that's why we are telling the minister, bring the law as soon as yesterday. Honorable Atkins. Then members, 2 minutes, and we shouldn't spend the whole day here.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I join colleagues in congratulating you upon accession to that very important office, and to let you know that on behalf of Kasese, and specifically my community, we have a lot of hopes in terms of putting country first, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you're aware, I represent a community that has seen the worst in terms of crop and life destruction originating from the wild animals, specifically the lions and the elephants. Madam Speaker, the people that will represent get money from banks in hopes that they will go to their gardens, plant crops, grow crops, harvest or get good yields, and then get the market and get the money to pay back the loans. Madam Speaker, as I speak right now in my community, you'll find a lot of houses written on, this house is on sale by the bank. Madam Speaker, we've received petitions, and right now, Madam Speaker, you have quite a lot of them on your desk, and I would implore my elder brother, the Honorable Minister Tom Botime, to ensure that these citizens that are losing their houses and properties to banks can be compensated. You have them on your desk, Mr. Minister, and also the Speaker's office in terms of petitions. And if you need more, we can still bring them to your offices. Number 2, I think we should stop as a parliament and pronounce ourselves very clearly that human life is far better than animals. This idea of shoot to kill, just because somebody has, the wardens find the citizens in the packs, must stop. My community has lost a lot of people that have been short dead just because they went to the national park either to collect firewood. This has to stop, Madam Speaker. And very lastly, Mr. Minister, sir, I'd be interested in knowing how far you've gone with the roads, especially the tourism roads, linking the mountains or the forests together or off the tarmac. I have a feeling that if we worked on those tourism roads, that will be in a position to have a lot of foreign exchange that come along with a boost in the tourism industry. And the electric fence, Madam Speaker, you're full aware, and I really appreciate your office. This parliament passed a budget for the electric fence. In request through you, Madam Speaker, to the minister that the wiring of the electric fence should be fast-tracked so that we have the entire community, the conservation community, electric fenced
so that our people really get saved. Necessary loss. I really want to appreciate you, Madam Speaker.
I hope tourism made included that in their budget, the electric fence, because we've been talking about it all the time. Dorcas?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I would like to congratulate you as well. Just to reiterate on some of the things that some of my colleagues have already pointed, especially on the compensation, that I think it would be really prudent that we ensure from the side of the proprietors, they are very ready and they have done all they can, so that by the time the government is coming in to compensate, they have done from their side. I pick on from what the contradicting information, whereby the police report was indicating that the lodge had substantial fire extinguishing gadgets. And yet the manager himself was the one bringing the truth that the gadgets they had was not sufficient enough to be able to put off the fire. Yes, we know that the CCTV cameras won't help to put off the fire, but if we have fire hydrants in place, it will help the firefighters to be able to do a good job. And I think it will also help from the side of the government that if we are moving in to do compensation, it is being done in the right manner when the proprietors themselves have done all that they could to save the situation. I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. I'm the chairperson of the committee for that great report. My name is Nangoli Gerard.
The chairperson of what?
Of the committee for
Which
that great report.
Which
Tourism
committee?
committee. Tourism.
Which committee?
Tourism.
If you're a chairperson, then you don't debate.
No, I'm saying thank you. I'm just appreciating the chairperson.
No.
Speaker.
Once you're a member of the committee, you're not supposed to.
No, I'm not a member. I'm not a member.
Okay, you're thanking the chairperson.
Yeah, I'm just
Okay.
appreciating the chairperson.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, I've analyzed the report, but there are quite two things that I've noted. One is that it should be the responsibility of war to control fire in all these conservation areas to protect people's property and investments. It should be entirely their responsibility. Otherwise, bush burning without proper control measures puts the investment of investors at risk. And when the report was being read, they recommended that the investors be compensated 50% of the total loss, which is unfair. I would propose that they should be compensated 100% like any other investors. Two is that we should come up with proper standard operating procedures in regard to bushfires. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, why I'm insisting on this is that I worked with Wildlife Authority for over 10 years. So I have some experience about this. Another thing, Madam Speaker, is that the park rangers, stroke the conservation rangers, are poorly remunerated. That's why in most cases it's hard for them to respond to such emergencies. They earn very, having worked with them, especially on allowances, because normally some of these fires happen at night and they are given less than 7,000 shillings per diem when they go for foot patrols. So they earn very little money. We need to see how we can improve on their remuneration is for allowances. My final submission, Madam Speaker, is that the Wildlife Authority should come up with a clear policy on how to manage bushfires in all conservation areas, not only in Queen Elizabeth National Park. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to add my voice to thank the committee for the report. And one of the things that exacerbate the human-wildlife conflict, Right Honorable Speaker, is lack of clarity of boundary. In 2018, the Ministry of Lands conducted the survey, and they surveyed all these places in relationship and in collaboration with the communities. And that report is there, and I want to thank the ministry that they presented this report to the stakeholders, including us. And they had an elaborate program to meet the communities that relate and bound. But then that program did not go very far. And now down the road, you know, when the challenges of population pressure and all this, when they come up, at the end of the day, people forget what they committed themselves to. So one of the solutions is, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the ministry should come up and ensure that when the boundaries which they agreed on with the people and the government, they are established, and so that they create a buffer zone, and so that there will be a corporate responsibility to ensure that some of these conflicts are minimized. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
The Right Honorable Speaker, all issues have been raised, but what's fundamentally true is that the ministry or government has to sensitize people. They must know that there must be a very good relationship between UWA and the people. As my colleagues have already said, there is a problem where there's no clear program of sensitizing our masses, let alone telling them the benefits they accrue from the what? From wildlife. And also the issue of the bushfires. I think there is a problem of laxity within the authority itself, because it takes even so long to go and even report or even put out the fires. At the long term, they turn out to the residents, beating them, at times even showing that as if they are the ones responsible. So in brief, what I would say is that they would need to sensitize our masses to appreciate the wildlife and also to know the roles of how they relate with wildlife. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, and I thank you so much for having given me this opportunity to say thank God for giving you this office.
Amen.
I want to add my voice to the rest of my colleagues in relationship to the conflict between our community and UWA. I'm a Shibu Agnes woman MP, Nebi District. I'm going to talk out of experience and the poor relationship between our communities and UWA. It is unfortunate that the high rate of poverty forces some people to go to these national parks to do hunting. Right Honorable Speaker, what is so painful is that the game rangers, they shoot to kill. There are some communities in Nebi District in 2 sub-counties. When you go to those villages, the number of men have reduced because of poaching. They shoot to kill. And sometimes you find some of these escapees, when they come back, there is a Penji Oriang village and Ashana village of Erusi sub-county and Ashana sub-county. Sometimes the escapees, they run to their homes, arrested, others end up losing their lives. It is my appeal that when such people are arrested, let them spare their lives but give them deterrent punishments. Because even the animals are being kept for the good of our.
Eddie, then the minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I also wish to congratulate you. Honorable members, I am one of the members who come from the Parker community of Uganda. And I thank the committee for the report. But there are some fires that originate from the national park, and that should entirely be squared on the Wildlife Authority. But the relationship between the communities and the Wildlife Authority is worrying, because at times, an example is in the Buchimbiri County, where there is Bugindi forest. To enter to the forest, you pay $40, but to track a mountain gorilla, you pay $600. And for you to get community, and the community gets a percentage of the $40, not on the $600, that one attracts conflict in the community. Secondly, the people, when they are recruiting, you cannot find any Muchimbiri or someone neighboring the forest being employed, but they bring people where we don't come from. So if they even don't have local language to communicate with the people. So I would appeal to the minister that please let these national parks be managed locally, or the people should have local input. The local content is not there. And when there is no local content, people see these forests as if they are foreign, and they don't look at if they are natural resources which belong to them. I thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. The recommendations that are coming fast tracking of the bill. We need fast tracking of the bill. The CCTV installation should be done with immediate effect and by the owners of the investment. Compensation of 100% to the affected person or institution, but after a survey from the government surveyor, government valuer, then the fire extinguishers should be installed at all these places by the owners of the business. The SOPs, of course, that they are talking about, those are part of the SOPs. Yes, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me make some few observations. In the first place, it cannot be true that from Erusi County, Erusi, crossing from Erusi to Parombo and going through up to Pakwach, that somebody should go hunting from Erusi to Parombo to Pakwach, you cross the river. That's about, those are so many kilometers. Yes, so many kilometers. And that would not be the type of a poacher to come from Erusi and end up poaching in the Machishon Falls game park. But anyway, that one we can discuss because I know that area very, very well. Madam Speaker, on the condolences, there was a PhD student from Columbia, but from the university in the US, who was doing research at one of our research stations in Kibale Game Park, National Park. The elephants in that area are quite aggressive. And usually people doing research to take precautions when they are walking through that area. But unfortunately, this unfortunate student got into a problem and he was charged by an elephant, trampled upon and died. We have informed the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs will inform the university, and eventually the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will inform the government of Colombia. And of course, we extend our condolences as a ministry. The other point, Right Honorable Speaker, is that does not stop fire. The electric fence does not stop fire. It stops animals, elephants for that matter. So therefore, the electric fence will not help as far as fire is concerned, because it will just cross and leave the electric fence there. So that really should not be an issue for us to discuss in this house. Madam Speaker, I was defending the ministry budget before the committee of Parliament, just outside here this morning. And we agreed that in the budget, 2022-2023 budget, there is an allocation of funds for the electric wire for fencing, about 42 billion. But this is a World Bank project. That money will be availed. There will be an advertisement in the papers. Companies, tenders will apply so that it is open and people can apply, businesses, companies can apply and be given that work to do, and it will be open. Madam Speaker, there is a difference between compassion and compensation. Compassion, compensation. In fact, when the 2019 UA Act regulations are finally out, it will be very clear that if unfortunately you are caught in the national park poaching, and you become aggressive, unfortunately, with a weapon to a ranger, that ranger in self-defense can shoot you. In that particular case, there can be compassion. In other words, who can buy a coffin, look for some funds, isn't it? For burial, etc. Compensation is different. Compensation is different. And when the regulations are clear and done, in that particular case, you cannot be compensated because you were poaching. That's very clear. You were poaching, you wanted to fight with arms, and the ranger shot you. So there is nothing you can do. But compensation in this matter will be when wildlife comes to your garden, destroys your crops. That will be compensation. That's right. That will be, and that will be stipulated in the regulations, which I'm going to sign as soon as they are ready. Madam Speaker.
Yes. Yes, clarification.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm very conversant with matters of self-defense.
as a senior lawyer in this country. You cannot talk about compassion in self-defense, because self-defense in itself is a defense. If you are charged with an offense and you raise self-defense, it in itself can lead to an acquittal. So how are you proposing? How do you talk about even buying coffee? Talk about compassion or whatever you want to call it, even in the regulations that you propose. And you are talking about extending support to a person who was undertaking an illegal activity, in this case, poaching. How does that arise? If somebody is poaching, which is an illegality, and is using arms, and the rangers put him out of action, and you know, even the rules governing self-defense, the act must be proportional to the threat, the other side. Somebody cannot be holding a stone and then you are putting them out of action using a gun. That cannot be self-defense. So in trying to think about the rules and regulations and compassion in self-defense, you must be very careful. Otherwise, you may be abating poaching unknowingly.
Another clarification from...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the Minister. Let me hope we are not resisting clarification, because it is useful on your side. And being a senior, it is not bad to seek clarification from you. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister, I want him to be very specific on electric fencing. It's talking about the money, but it's not assuring Parliament that they are embarking on this project. A number of MPs here from Noya district have been complaining a lot about elephants and animals killing people and eating their crops. Can we be assured, Honorable Speaker, that the 80 billion or 80 billion, 22 billion, can we be assured as Parliament on record that Minister of Tourism and the Honorable Major Tom Butime, retired, is going to embark for the sake of people who have been killed by these elephants and other animals in districts like Noya and others I want to mention? Let us be assured on this floor of Parliament. Because you are not generating the budget, it's not us or Parliament.
Honorable Minister, the members want an assurance that the money that they are giving you for fencing is going to be put in proper use, and no such circumstances like what happened in Tinker's area happened will not happen again.
First of all, I'm not a major. I am a colonel. I am not a major. I am a colonel retired.
Colonel Butime retired. Serving soldier retired, Colonel Butime.
Number two.
Honorable, I know him as Honorable Butime.
Yes.
Yes, Honorable.
Number two, Right Honorable Speaker. Number two, Honorable Speaker. The electric fence, these funds are mainly for the areas in Murchison Falls protected area. Murchison Falls protected area. So you are talking of Nyoya, Oyam, and those areas. That's where these funds will go towards the construction of that electric fence. I think we are clear there now.
So will that be for the next financial year? Honorable, that's for the next financial year?
This financial year.
This one, eh?
This financial.
So have you made a budget for the next financial year?
This coming financial year.
Okay.
This
okay.
coming 2022.
It is called the next.
2022, 2023.
It is called next financial year.
Next financial year.
Yes, there's another clarification here.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, when we're talking about the electric fence, we're not necessarily looking at a few parks, but even myself who comes from the Antonde, we have had a problem of animals coming from Lake Mburo and destroying people's crops. The question is, is the minister planning to fence off all the national parks to protect these people around these parks? Because they have settled there. I mean, at the time when they were being gazetted, these communities were there. So we're asking, what are you planning to do for them to stop this intrusion of animals from the parks to their plantations?
Jen.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, picking from what Honorable Enos has just stated, I do know that wild animals do not only live on land. I come from a district where there's a water body. That is the Albert Nile, and we have several instances where crocodiles have killed over 14 people and destroyed crops and animals in the neighborhood, far off from the landing site, from the water, the water. And I'll give a scenario in Pakwach, a sub-county called Panyimur, where I was called, and I called the warden, and he told me, you know, he has talked to the people, they should fence off the place. It is impossible for the local community to fence. I would like to know from the minister whether this activity includes fencing areas close to the water bodies to prevent hippos, not crocodiles as such, hippos, I mean hippos, from crossing right from the water to the community. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, as far as Panyimur is concerned, which I know very well, systematically, Panyimur, Mburo, and other areas, systematically, we shall find a method, we shall find a way, roll out, we shall find a way of...
Members, the power is in our hands. We are the ones to provide the money.
We shall roll out...
Make sure that you provide money for all those areas.
Precisely. Precisely right, Honorable. Finally, the question of tourism roads. The Ministry of Works has a budget for tourism roads, and it's very clear. And I have no doubt that the ministry, they know which roads are already on the program, and these roads will be done. I have special interest in that because that's part of my ministry, where the tourists must find a way to the conservation areas and to assist the tourists to come and not get stuck on the way before he reaches the road somewhere in Bunyonyi and other areas. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. You've heard from the minister. I am now putting a question that the report of the Committee of Tourism, Trade, Industry on bushfires and human life conflict in Queen Elizabeth National Game Park be adopted with the amendments. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. We adjourn the House to tomorrow at 2.